All right, welcome to the Monday, Sunday Leftover Show. I'm LD, your host, and it's good to be here with you. Let's get right into it right quick. This show is brought to you by freedomunitedrevolt.com, a t-shirt store where you can find some tasty threads, some subversive messages, some conversation starters. You can also find the show notes to this show over here under the appropriately named LD's Monday, Sunday Leftovers. Nice and pithy. I am the producer of the Grand Theft World podcast on Sunday nights. If you're not familiar, go over to grandtheftworld.com. There's show replays. This is last night's. Got that posted. We're going to go through some of the material that we didn't get to in the 6.5 hours last night. You can join the Grand Theft World community, get access to a whole bunch of good stuff, and lively discussion inside of the Grand Theft World forum. And tomorrow night will be the next Grand Theft World Town Hall, hosted by Tony Myers. Always an interesting discussion. And tonight's guest will probably be there. I'll bring him up in just a moment. Also just wanted to mention, coming up on the 15th of this month, Sunday, January 15th, 12 p.m. Eastern. Don't hold me to that. The Autonomy Mindset Autonomy Mindset Workshop, and this will be hosted by Richard Grove. There's going to be an interactive workshop that afternoon, so check out the link in the show notes if you were interested, if you were trying to propel yourself forward in 2023, be anti-fragile and thrive in this interesting world, interesting times that we live. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stream a prominent member of the Grand Theft World community, the host and the man that makes it happen for Grand Theft World Liberty Radio, Mr. The Drizzle. The Drizzle, aka James Jordan, Mr. James Jordan from sunny Acapulco. No.
Yes. Always sunny Acapulco. How you doing, LD? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing great. So glad to have you here. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. I kind of feel like I went through a little bit of an urban conflict zone this weekend with the New Year's festivities here in Acapulco. But other than that, I seem to be holding up pretty well.
Urban conflict zone. Was it? Yeah. Now, was it the same for Christmas? The Navidad?
No. So it was different, right? Because whenever there's like a birthday or an anniversary or something to mark the passage of time here in Mexico, the people like to celebrate with fireworks. But that was new to me. Like, I had not encountered that in my travels thus far in my life. So Christmas was very interesting with fireworks for about 4 hours on Christmas Eve leading into Christmas morning. And that was just like, that wasn't anything official that was done by the city or anything like that. It was just, random people throughout the city setting off fireworks. But on New Year's Eve, they had the official celebration down along the beach, along the coastal area there in the bay. And precisely at midnight, I mean, you could literally have set your watch by it. Precisely at midnight, they started setting off fireworks. And I swear to God, I wasn't alive at the time back in the late 1930s, but if I was, I would probably say that it sounded something like the Blitz, because it was intense and it went on for a solid 10 minutes of just explosion after explosion after explosion, rapid fire, no pauses in between. It was quite an experience. And then it was over after 10 minutes and I went to bed and it was all good.
It sounds kind of similar to Southern California when I first experienced the holidays in Orange County. I was kind of blown away by the just the widespread, just a densely populated area, just fireworks going off everywhere. And also I was in Guatemala for Christmas and New Year's in 2003, going into 2004, and very similar, tons of fireworks and shooting of fireworks at, people shooting fireworks at each other in small streets.
Hey, happy birthday! Dodge this firecracker.
Yeah. Did you see that video of I think a whole 90-minute fireworks display that went off at once in San Diego because of a programming bug?
No, but I imagine that was a sight to behold.
I saw that somewhere. Somebody was like, best fireworks ever.
Did that happen recently?
That happened the other night.
Wow.
I think I can find that.
No, I did see a video today of a dude throwing like a bucket of gasoline on a bonfire. And that was pretty cool. But no, I didn't see anything like what happened in San Diego.
Here, this is it.
Ooh.
Fireworks, full send.
You know what? I think that might be a trend we should get started because I kind of dig it.
It's very efficient.
It's very efficient.
Boom.
It's pretty. It's very pretty, and it's quick.
It's quick. It's apropos.
Yeah.
It's just, we got fireworks. Boom. Move on.
Yeah, it's always struck me as a little bit strange, and again, I understand I'm a little bit of a weirdo myself, but I've always found it strange that one of the ways that humans choose to celebrate something is by blowing shit up.
Yes. Well, it's a symbol of our freedom, is it not?
This is true.
I guess. Well, did it start with the Chinese? The Chinese invented gunpowder, didn't they?
Did they? I don't know. I think Western man has perfected the art of explosives, though.
Indeed.
I mean, we got enough explosives allegedly to blow ourselves to hell and back. I think about 33 times at this point.
33.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. Well, you survived the holidays down there.
I did.
That's good. I love the Heisenberg tee. Where'd you get that?
Oh, thank you. I've actually had this T-shirt. It's part of my extensive graphic tee collection. God, I've had this one probably about 7 years. I want to say I probably got it around 2015, 2016, just at some random Walmart in Northern Virginia somewhere. I don't even remember which one. Yeah, I couldn't name it even if I tried. But yeah, it's I was always a huge Breaking Bad fan in the before times because of the character arc of Walter White, and I've always had the habit of throwing my money at things that appeal to me. So yeah, picked it up and I've held on to it ever since because I really like it. It's a nice, comfortable T-shirt as well as the face itself. I don't know how well you can see it, but there's actually all different characters and elements from the show that go into making up the image of the face of the master cook. And I always thought that was a very neat design element, which is probably what made me throw my money down in Walmart that night so many years ago. But
nice.
I'm glad you asked, because that also gives me an opportunity to do what I like to do best, and that is help other people. For anybody that's watching the live stream right now, or anybody that may be watching the replay later, if you need help with search engine optimization, I know a guy that is one of the best in the business. His work is primo, and you should definitely check him out. And you can do that by going to heisenbergseo.com.
Oh,
yeah. So I actually met the man in real life. He lives upstairs from me, and his shit is the best.
Wow. Here, I gotta pull that up. Oh, he's got it. Look, he's got the look too.
Oh, yeah. Man knows what he's doing.
Oh, Gary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I call him Upstairs Gary, but that's because I'm friendly with him. I would not recommend that anybody else call him that.
Oh, this is awesome. I hadn't heard from him for a while.
Yeah. But no, seriously, though, Gary is really, really good at SEO. So if anybody needs help getting their website to the front page of Google, especially all you entrepreneurs out there that are just trying to earn a buck, you need help with SEO, Gary is the guy you want to go to.
Very cool. Well, yeah, so I wanted to ask what you've been up to, and I'd like to bring up, obviously, manufacturingreality.org. That is your website. You've got a weekly manufacturing history post going out, and you've got articles from Maddie Bannon somewhere on there as well.
Yeah, it's in there. It's probably buried a little bit because we're highly disorganized at Manufacturing Reality Media. We're working on that in 2023, though. We're gonna hopefully get things a little bit easier to navigate as far as the different projects that are represented on the website.
We've got some great thumbnails.
Well, thank you.
I could learn something from checking out your thumbnails. I appreciate those. Those are good. And your show, Grand Theft World Liberty Radio, can be found over here on Odyssey if you search Manufacturing Reality. And of course, it can be found on Podcast Index, any podcasting 2.0 applications. I myself like to catch it over on Podcast Addict. And
that's also my favorite too.
Yeah. You want to talk a little bit about the radio show?
I mean, it's chugging right along, man. We put out the year-end episode, the first annual Blow It Out Your Ass Spectacular for Liberty Radio last Thursday, I think it was. And, that was just kind of a retrospective of Liberty Radio throughout the year 2022. I was fortunate enough to be able to do a good number of interviews throughout the course of the year, even with all of the other madness that I dealt with in those 12 months. And of course, you were one of those lucky people, Lawrence, that I was able to sit down with and pick their brains a little bit. And I thought that was a good opportunity to reflect on all those interactions and see if there might be even a little bit more wisdom that could be gleaned from them by going back through and trying to find some clips to put together into this year-end show. And lo and behold, it actually paid off. Because there were some things that I picked up on that I didn't hear the first time when it was happening real time, or even when I was going back and doing post-production on them. So I guess this was actually the third time that I was listening to most of them, and I did manage to learn a few new things, not just about the people that I was interviewing, but about myself as well. And as luck would have it, even though I didn't necessarily plan for it to happen this way, there was kind of a narrative undercurrent that seemed to emerge as you made your way through the interview clips in that particular show. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback on it. So I was very, very pleased. It was time well spent, I think. But of course, now we're into 2023. So we got to start the whole thing all over again. So I guess I have to get back to work and start cranking out episodes again.
It's time. Yeah, no, I enjoyed the show a lot, and it was an honor to be one of the featured guests on the year-end wrap-up, along with Diesel Automatic and James M. Pilato and Scott Armstrong and all the others. So yeah, getting into 2023, what's on your radar, Driz?
Well, you've already named off pretty much all of my major projects at the moment. Liberty Radio, which comes out usually a new episode about every 10 days or so, although we might be looking at adjusting that schedule slightly to allow room for other projects. And then, of course, weekly, there's the Manufacturing History Project, which really doesn't take a whole lot of time, or at least not as much as it did at the very beginning. It's mainly been about me learning how to play with video and audio at the same time. Because all of my projects in media up to this point have been more about learning to work with the tools more so than necessarily trying to put out any one specific message, across the board. And I don't know if that's something that everybody has been aware over time as they've been consuming my content. I have been serious about some of the narrative and messages that I've put into my own work, but for the most part up till now, it's been me just kind of getting my hands dirty with all the stuff that I have to play with. So I think in 2023, I think I'm probably going to start focusing a lot more on the narrative aspect of the media that I'm creating. And I'll probably get much more intentional with any new projects that I choose to develop. I don't know. I kind of feel fortunate in that I have a lot of creative space to be able to explore some of the ideas that are in my head and try to put them into a package that is shareable and consumable by others. I don't think even some of the other people who work in independent media, I don't think they always have that space where they can literally spend all their time just creating whatever they want to. So, one of the things that I really want to be mindful of going forward is the intention that I put into those things with that time that I'm investing in, creating these different media properties, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun up to this point. And I'm sure that I've already provided a lot of value for the audience, but I think that it can be better. And I think that I can train or condition, or whatever word you want to use. I can make myself make it better. So that's kind of where my thoughts have been over the course of the last couple of weeks or so, passing from one year into the next and reflecting on the work that I've done already and the work that is yet to come. And I think it's kind of at that point where it's time to step it up another notch.
Excellent. Yeah, I feel like I don't know about right behind you. I'm a ways behind you, I'd say.
You're right where you should be, man.
Well, I just I hear what you're saying about just messing around, kind of playing with the tools that you have and kind of getting into it. And now you're looking kind of leveling up, or just shifting into a higher gear, I suppose, and looking at it from a broader perspective, or more of an overview of where you want to go with things. And yeah, I'll be looking to you for inspiration, I suppose, or just, I'm trying to do the same thing. I've been doing this stream now for a couple months, on top of doing the Grand Theft World podcast. And yeah, I need to develop some things myself and try going in maybe a couple different directions. We'll see. But yeah, excellent. So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I know that you spend the majority of your days working on the farm, taking care of the animals and chores and all of that sort of stuff, and whatever projects you guys have going on there. So I would imagine that probably leaves mostly the nighttime hours for you to invest in whatever it is you're going to do, whether it's Grand Theft World, whether it's this show, whether it's read a book, or play on Twitter, or whatever. So how much? Because I think this show is actually week by week, it has improved. It's gotten better, and it's going in a good direction. But how much time do you actually spend preparing on like your pre-production for this show?
For this show, I try to collect some things throughout the week. Like if I'm thinking ahead, I start, even the night after, on a Monday night, kind of looking at new stuff. I guess it's varied, because and just to correct, not to correct you, but I don't spend all day working around here. I kind of like to do more of that, mostly during the weeks. Sometimes I check on the animals in the mornings. I might be doing more at that. I was sort of over Christmas, over the past week and a half. I have been doing that more during the week. Usually it's the weekends, checking on the animals in the morning and the afternoon. And then there's been learning to plow snow, I learned how to change the attachment on that equipment, so then I could use the forks and pick up hay and go feed the buffalo. That was fun the other day, right up close and personal with the buffalo. And so I have been, I have certain days of the week I get more computer work done. Try to get up early, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then every evening, kind of around sundown, I'm checking on the animals. And, I've been busy. Tuesday is kind of a night I get to hang out with a friend. Usually Wednesday nights I've been working on Jay's course. And, we have a couple meetings Thursday. But I have been reading more. And what was can you ask the end of the question again?
I just wanted to know how much. Yeah, I wanted to know how much time, or I guess what your process was on doing pre-production for this show, because
for this show, yeah.
What I wanted to see was how different it was from how I put together Liberty Radio, or even the Manufacturing History Project.
Right.
Because what I was hoping, excuse me, is to dispel maybe a little bit of misconception that might be floating around in anybody that's watching this broadcast. None of these things that we call media productions, they don't have like a linear progression necessarily. Like a lot of times they tend to come in bits and pieces, and it's up to you to take those bits and pieces and put them together into something that resembles a show. So even though like Say, for example, let's say like LD spends an hour before he actually hits the button to start the stream, putting together all the different elements that are going to make up a 3 or 4 hour broadcast. It's not that he's collecting those elements in that hour beforehand. He's come across these things, like you said, throughout the course of a week, or maybe the last month, or the last year, or the last 10 years, or maybe your whole life. You've been holding on to something, just waiting for the perfect moment to put it into the right spot. Right.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my the reason why I wanted to ask that question, because it's funny, having done this type of work now for a long enough amount of time and overcoming my own misconceptions about how it all works, to be able to produce a podcast or a video or documentary or whatever. That has been one of the biggest struggles that I had at the very beginning, because I didn't know what I didn't know, essentially. Right. So a lot of the reason why I didn't start creating my own media sooner was because of those misconceptions, because I thought it had to be this way or it had to be that way. And it was all these things that I was telling myself that in the end, none of them turned out to be true. So.
Okay. So back to your question. Yeah, it's usually an hour or so before the stream. Sometimes it's longer. There's sort of more technical stuff where I've just got to set up. I've got to switch all the streaming channels off and log into my own things, and then create a couple posts and make sure everything's plugged in. And I've got the graphics change, and I've got the title change, and I've got the show notes. Well, not the show notes, but the description stuff all put in place. And then, so there's some kind of the technical side, and then, yeah, collection of items to cover in the show. Sometimes it's more time. Sometimes it's intermittent throughout the week. I bookmark things on Twitter, and I might pull those into a show card. Certainly I grab certain items that I want to look at from the previous night's Grand Theft World show card. And then before I know it, I've got way too much stuff. And that's where I'm kind of not struggling, but just I'm contemplating the purpose of this. Is it to get to the stuff that we didn't do on the show? Certainly I'm going to throw in things that weren't on the show card that I want to highlight, because, I can. And then, one of the shows I enjoyed doing the most was back Thanksgiving week, when I only gave myself an hour. So I think I spent about an hour preparing, and then I just did an hour of a show, and then I was out of there. But it was different. It was faster paced for me. And, I'm not like a super high energy talker guy, but for me it was fast paced. And I see the value in doing that. I mean, I really respect James Evan Pilato 5 days a week, how he just attacks, crafts the show each day each day has a different theme, and he's working on that, going into the week ahead of that. And then there's music paired with it each day. So that's 2 hours of programmed show that he does on his own, which it's impressive. It takes a lot of effort and thinking, I'd say. And I'd like to get more towards that. I feel, this is more free form. This isn't a structured radio show. I love what you do, how you craft the audio show, just between you and me, man, I'd love to just do audio, and
It's fun. I think audio allows you to actually be more creative, right? Because all you need to do is figure out how to make the sound that's going to make somebody think it's what you're trying to represent, right? It doesn't have to be the actual thing. It just has to make people believe that's what it is, or enough so that, you know, they're able to suspend their disbelief. Audio allows you to get away with things that you cannot get away with on video, or at least not anywhere near as easily as what you can get away with in audio. I enjoy playing it with it myself. I enjoy audio more than video. So
yeah, it's funny because video can let people get away with stuff that they can't when people are just listening in audio. Like what you said is true, but that's also true. Yeah. I caught an interesting interview. Adam Curry went on Grimerica, and I think they aired it after the No Agenda stream the other day. And then I went back and listened to the full podcast, and there were some interesting bits in there where Adam was talking about how they just do audio and how video is a nightmare. And I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean. But he one thing he mentioned was that when he's recording clips, when he's clipping audio, sometimes he's watching the videos, and I've experienced this too, but like I'm distracted, and video, a lot of times I'm not really hearing what's being said if it's coming from video, if I'm focused on the video. And most of what I check out, people's videos or podcasts, obviously, is audio. So there's something interesting about the presentation of clips in audio and the way they do it on No Agenda, that they've gotten into a rhythm where they're picking out stuff and calling out these weird moments in media buffoonery, or not just that,
and
but all
they're if we can steal a term from the great and powerful James Evan Pilato, the tapestry that is woven by the No Agenda show is, to the best of my knowledge, created not just by the hosts of the show, but also the audience as well, because excuse me, John and Adam do get some of their own clips from the various news programs that they watch, but then they also have clips sent to them, kind of similar to what I've been doing with Liberty Radio, where I basically tell the audience, hey, if you want people to hear something, send it in, and I'll put it on one of the shows. So they do get a very broad selection of media to choose from for each of those shows that they put together. But you're right. They still manage to weave it very masterfully over the course of the 3 hours. And that's probably why they've become one of the most popular podcasts on the planet at this point. Not just because of the fact that they've been doing it for 15 years now.
Yeah. And in that interview with Grimerica, he described it as sort of a jam session, because they get, he and John both clip things out, but they don't review them. Right. And then they just they don't get to everything, apparently. So it's not very scripted. They just kind of have a flow, and yeah, it's 15 years of doing that twice a week. They've gotten some good reps in. So that encouraged me, because a lot of times doing Grand Theft World, it's similar to that, in that there's a whole mess of video to choose from, but mostly it's not clipped out, and that's where the challenge is, because it is video and it's links, and they have to be opened up, so it creates a different dynamic than if if we were just able to fire off audio clips.
Yeah. Well, and the formats of the two programs are very, very different, right? Because I know I've heard Adam say this at least once before in the short amount of time that I've been listening to the show, and that is they really don't like playing any clips longer than about 90 seconds because beyond that point, the attention starts to wander, which, I can see both sides of that. I can see it being a good thing and a bad thing. But that's their thing. That's how they work it for their format. Whereas Grand Theft World is, it has always been longer form content from the very beginning. So it's not that we're, looking to try and hold viewers with short attention spans. It's really more about encouraging people to elongate their attention spans from what they have been conditioned at this point by media, by society, by a public school system, all of that stuff. Exactly. So, to me, they just serve two completely different functions, even though the value of the information that I'm getting from both, I would consider to be equal. Because, for anyone listening at home, anybody who does this sort of work typically does it because they enjoy, consuming that type of media as well. So we listen to other people's shows, just like they listen to other people's shows, and those people listen to other people's shows. And it's just a big, community in independent media. There's something for everybody. And it's crazy to hear myself say that, but there really is something for everybody. We don't need corporate media anymore, folks. We can do just fine on our own, and we'll probably be better off for it. So if you're not already listening to some favorite podcasts or watching or however it is that you consume media, go find them. And, you might want to make this one of them. I'm just saying, it's a suggestion.
And you might want to make Grand Theft World Liberty Radio one of them. Some great music and great audio clips interspersed, and some really fun bumpers that you've put together.
I'm just playing.
Good stuff. No, and you can tell you're having fun doing it, and the signal's coming through clear.
Nice. Well, that makes it all worth it. Again, because I do try to put a little bit of my own personality into the things that I create for the show. And I hope that the inside jokes that I tend to put in a lot of that stuff are actually like coming across instead of people just being like, what the hell is this? So it's good to hear.
Yeah. So, well, what do you see as the biggest, what's the biggest thing? What's the biggest next thing right now?
The next biggest, the next current thing?
Yeah.
Or
what's the next current thing? Or what do you, what should we be talking about while people are talking about the next current thing?
We should be talking about the push by the United States federal government to root out terrorists or people that it considers and labels terrorists on domestic soil. I think that is going to be one of the big pushes for 2023. And if folks aren't careful, they're going to get blindsided, just like what happened almost 2 years ago to the day at this point on January 6th, where a lot of the people who have gone through the judicial system, some of them still sitting in government-built cages at the moment, had no idea that that was going to be their future in a very, very short order. So I think this is something that people need to be aware of throughout the course of 2023. There are going to be more examples made than what already have been, and that's not just in the United States. That's going to be in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, United Kingdom. The list goes on and on and on. Governments are fortifying themselves against their people in the Western world, and if the people out there aren't paying attention to it, they will be when it comes knocking on their door. And we're not too terribly far from that happening, as much as it pains me to say that. We're pretty much at the crossroads, as far as I can tell, where you're going to have to choose up sides, whether you want to live a free and productive life or you want to be under the boot of a tyrannical government. And you might be making that decision at the end of a gun barrel. Just is something you need to be prepared for, folks. I hate to say it. I know it's completely doom and gloom. But one thing I can never do is, sugarcoat or even outright lie about the direction that I see the trends heading in. Just on what I've seen over the course of the last week, it looks like people are getting quite angry, at least as far as what's being shown on the media, and they're getting to the point where they're taking matters into their own hands. And a lot of times it's with very bad intent. It's for the people who haven't been able to figure out what direction our world is heading in, they are going to get blindsided by what's going to be taking place in 2023. But for the ones who've been paying attention all along, keep your head on a swivel, because there's going to be a lot that happens in this year that none of us can see coming. And we're going to have to be able to think our way out of what are likely to be some very new problems coming at us down the road.
Yeah, and we played a video last night that was pointing out the whole Ray Epps, the gaslighting with the Ray Epps thing and J6. That's all unraveled. That's been pretty clearly laid out, and yet still, I'm sure there'll be much hand wringing and I don't know, groveling, or what are the right terms on Friday to celebrate the worst thing since Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that whole situation that bothers me the most, and it's not unlike many other situations that I can remember from recent history. So the whole narrative around this January 6th event that took place at the Capitol has pretty much completely fallen apart, even though there is still a segment of the American population that believes that it happened exactly as the media tells the story, right? Those people still exist. They're out in the world, and that is the narrative that they have chosen to believe. Even though pretty much everybody else can see that it was completely fabricated and manipulated from the very beginning, right? And even all the details that have come out saying that this was done and that wasn't, or that wasn't done and this was, all of that stuff. It was set up to happen exactly the way that it happened. Anybody with two brain cells to rub together can see that at this point, I think. All right. But there's still people rotting in jail cells right now. Yeah. That we don't know if they're ever going to get out. We have political prisoners in the United States of America, in a nation that wants to lecture China on human rights. They're keeping their own people in prison cells with no hearings, no nothing. These people, they could be held indefinitely according to the laws that are currently in place, and the government never really has to do anything if they don't want to. So to me, that sets a precedent for the United States federal government that if that is not corrected, it's going to continue and it's going to get worse. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 to 16 to 18 months, you have literal work camps in the United States that are filled with political prisoners, in essence, gulags.
Right. And that sounds, that might sound crazy to somebody out there, but
it's closer than you think it is.
Yeah, it is. Especially with, we played a brief video, Greg Reese report last night that touched on this presentation by a guy named Aman Jabi, and I'm going to play a portion, maybe a good 20 minutes of his presentation later about smart cities and facial recognition. And this is somebody that was making cameras for devices and then sort of started looking bigger picture, like, well, what's happening with all these cameras? And he moved up to rural Montana, and then out in rural Montana, he's seeing these street lamps, these LED street lamps going up along the highway. And apparently these have cameras, so they're connected to a grid. They even have docking stations for drones that can take off and fly around and come back to them. And he cites a World Economic Forum paper about using facial recognition to operate a social credit score system and tie it to CBDCs. So this guy's not very optimistic, and he's like, in the next several quarters, so within the next couple of years, he's seeing that stuff rolled out more and more in the US. And he already said, like, per capita, like, China has an insane, they're doing it in China. They have an insane amount of cameras, but per capita, we have more cameras on us here in the US. And that's all your smart devices, all the home devices, in cities, traffic cameras, and just everywhere in the big box stores. You know, I was in Walmart the other day while I was listening to him talk, and yeah, you go to checkout and you're on camera there, and this stuff is just feeding to AI. Apparently, it's not like full video streaming all the time, but it's capturing frames periodically, and it's feeding the AI. So that I think you're right. Like, if they roll that stuff out more and more unopposed, and then start to turn it on, so to speak, and start scooping people up more and more, or shutting down their ability to transact, putting people in desperate situations, it leads them to, taking things into their, doing things they might not normally do and getting caught.
Yeah. Desperate people do desperate things.
Right.
I mean, it's no more complicated than that. And that seems to be the world that we're being pushed towards. So all we have to do is take back our license, right? We just have to remove our power from the system, and the system will collapse. I don't know what our number is on that we need to get to, right? I don't know what the point of critical mass is, where we have to get, X percent of the population on board with opting out, where, it'll just collapse on its own. I mean, it's going to destroy itself one way or the other, but I would rather see it helped along its way by people just choosing not to participate anymore.
Right. which is it's easier said than done. And I suppose there's levels to that, because certainly you can choose with where you're spending your money. Geographically where you are, you can be more committed to the system, so to speak, than other places, and using the tools to like do what we do and create media, like kind of dependent on certain devices and programs, and I know there are alternative solutions, and it takes time and effort to move off of one, move into other systems, use other tools, but it can be done.
It can be done. Yeah, that's the important thing, is it can be done. It just requires time and effort. I mean, it's literally that simple. I didn't think, because we're actually coming up on my anniversary of walking away from the system, or what I always like to call the matrix, because that's what it feels like. It's just a simulated reality. Back in February of 2021 is when I walked away and said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to figure out how to get through life, by my own wits. And fortunately I was, able to have some very knowledgeable and very gracious people to help me along the start of that journey. And you're one of those people, LD. But if I hadn't done that, I don't know, where I would be at this point. I would probably be living a very miserable life. So 2 years ago in February 15th, it'll be 2 years since I basically said, you know what, I can figure out how to do it better on my own, and I'm going to start today. So, it seems really, really daunting at first, and I'm not going to lie. I remember it being absolutely terrifying, because it was the first time in my life that I really felt like it really was all on my shoulders at that point. Whether I succeed, whether I fail, whether I eat or starve, whether I live or die, these were things that I had not really confronted before, that I was suddenly faced with, and I had to figure out. And, I can tell you, it's not been an easy journey over the course of the last 2 years. Again, to give some advice to folks out there that might be on the fence. And I don't recommend that anybody do exactly what I did, because of the fact that it wasn't easy. But what I can report back after almost 2 full years is I'm still alive. I'm still well fed. I'm in a place right now where I don't have to do one of the things that I hate the most, which is shovel snow. And all things considered, even with the media trying to pound fear down our throats 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I can say that life is pretty good. And I'm happy that I made the choice that I did when I did. And I wouldn't want to imagine what my life would be like if I had stayed on the path that I was on. So it can be done is the message there.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you did before you decided to kind of opt out, or you don't have to get
kind
into
of
it
easier to say what I didn't do. So let's see. I tried counting the number of jobs that I've had in my life at one time. And I knew that the number that I came up with was wrong, because I knew there were jobs that I had for like a week or whatever that I was completely forgetting about. I'd buried them in my subconscious long ago. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to retrieve those memories or not. But right before I had actually started training with it's a third-party distributor in the United States that is contracted with the company Miracle Ear that makes hearing aids. and very good hearing aids, because I actually got the chance to test some of them out myself, and I found out I am actually going deaf, but I don't need them just yet. But I'm sure I will need them before too much longer. Anyway, I was going to be running my own office, selling Miracle Ear hearing aids. The product was great. The hours were not what I would have liked to have had, but they were workable. And I was basically going to be my own boss, at least as far as in the office setting was concerned. I would have superiors in the company, but they wouldn't be there every single day. So I was going to have basically freedom to do my job as I saw fit. And I started going through training with them, and I was getting really disillusioned with the lack of attention that I was seeing from people. It was just like everybody was kind of going through the motions. Nobody was really focused on what they were doing. Attention to detail was nil. It was just it was a very suffocating atmosphere for the most part. And as the calendar turned, I started with them in November of 2020. And as the calendar turned into 2021, based off of communications that I was seeing from upper management in the company, and this was right when the MAGA jabs were still brand new and being rolled out in stages. I could already see in the messaging in January of 2021 that eventually it was going to get to the point where they were going to require all of their employees to have the shot and present proof of it. And I wasn't about to go down that road at all. So like I said, on February 15th, I basically just took all my stuff into the office, left it on the desk, locked the door on my way out, and sent an email saying, yeah, nope, I'm done. See you guys later. Thanks for the opportunity, but this ain't for me.
Yeah.
And proceeded to freak out after that. But again, I'm here. It's been almost 2 years, and I think I'm actually doing way better than I've been doing at most other points in my life. So it's definitely the right decision, at least looking back on it from this point.
Excellent. Yeah, and you kind of tied up, you squared things away up in the old homeland in Virginia and hit the road.
I do want to interrupt you though.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to point out, because I heard Adam talking about this on, it was either the Sunday show or the Thursday show, because Adam, I believe, has Miracle Ear hearing aids, and I'll tell you why I think that is off the air if you really, really want to know. But he said, if that is true, he said that the person who helps him with his hearing aids is a doctor. That is false. The people who sell Miracle Ear hearing aids are not doctors. They do not have to have a degree. They do not even have to have attended college for anything medical or otherwise. Essentially, all they have to do is go through the training program with the company, be able to deliver the script that the company has deemed appropriate, and of course, perform the functions of the job, which sometimes means digging in people's ears, which can get really, really gross. And I'm not going to go into any more detail other than that. But it does not require you to be a doctor of any form. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there.
Yeah, everybody be advised if you need hearing aids.
Yes. And again, I'm not saying that the people who work in those jobs are doing a bad job. That is not what I'm saying at all. All I'm saying is you do not have to have a medical degree in order to do this job. There are people that I worked with that were exceptional at the job that they did. And them having a degree or not having a degree had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Right on. Yeah, it was interesting hearing about his experience with what he had a tooth, had an infection back there in his teeth that was affecting his well, no, let me get it right. He had to have an operation on his teeth, and they figured out it was tied to like some sinus thing. But then after he had the operation, his hearing improved.
Yep.
So that was very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's all of that stuff is tied together in that part of the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I tell you, I did learn a lot training for this job about how the structures of the ear work and how hearing loss happens and all the things that can result from hearing loss. Folks, if you're losing your hearing, definitely go and have something done about it so that you can continue to enjoy your life. But yeah, the way the company was run was not to my liking. So that was unfortunate.
So, all right. So February 2021, is that about when you joined Autonomy, or I can't remember when you got involved?
I joined Autonomy 2 months after that.
Okay.
As luck or whatever would have it. Because I joined Autonomy, I want to say it was on April 15th was the day that I actually pulled the trigger. Because I had been listening to Grand Theft World since I believe it was episode 5, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't catch the very first couple of episodes, but it was like episode 4 or 5 was the first one that I caught. And I think it was after Richard had been on James Corbett's podcast, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I immediately fell in love with Grand Theft World. Like, it was the show that if it hadn't already existed, I probably would have figured out how to do it eventually. That was how much I enjoyed the broadcasts and the subject matter that was being touched on and the thoroughness that Richard was providing as far as the context for the events that were happening. It was like the secret sauce in my independent media diet. You know, it made everything else that I was consuming media wise that much better and that much richer in value. And that was actually where I first heard about Autonomy, was from hearing Richard talk about it on Grand Theft World. And initially, I wasn't even going to give it a second thought. Like, it's not my type of thing. It's not usually what I choose to invest my money in. None of that stuff. So like, for the first couple of months that I was listening to the broadcast, I didn't really pay those segments in the show much attention at all. And it really wasn't until I walked away from that job with the Miracle Ear Company that I really started actually listening to what Richard was saying during those times when he would promote Autonomy. And one of the things that I figured out very, very quickly after walking away from that job is if I was going to make it on my own, I needed to invest some time and some effort into learning from people who had already done what I was attempting to do. So it was a very quick thought process that I went through, from considering Autonomy as a possibility to deciding, yeah, this is what I need to do right here, right now. And yeah, after that, I think it's pretty much mostly recorded history. And there's bits and pieces floating around on the internet.
So at what point did you decide you wanted to start contributing to independent media and creating your own stuff?
Well, I was already starting to do that a little bit because I had launched the website on, I think it was March 3rd of 2021 was when it went live. And so between the beginning of March and the middle of April, I think I had managed to produce, I don't know, 4 or 5 essays, something like that, just kind of, literally getting my feet wet and seeing what was possible, what I was capable of. And it really took, I don't know. There were different factors that were involved with it. I think again, one of the biggest hurdles I had to get over was the self-conscious aspect of being recorded, being on video, being on the microphone. I'm only now, after almost a year and a half of doing Liberty Radio, I'm only at this moment starting to get to the point where the sound of my own voice does not bother me anymore. So that took quite a while, much longer than I expected it to take. But it was in 2020 where I decided that I needed to do a show, and I wasn't even really sure at that point what it was that I was going to do. I just felt that it was part of my journey. It was something that I needed to check off. Excuse me. As far as media production is concerned, and the opportunities just kind of kept falling into place until eventually Liberty Radio came into being.
Excellent. Yeah. I guess I'm still getting used. Well, I think I've gotten used to the sound of my own voice. Kind of gotten over that. I got over the initial, the first few episodes we did with Grand Theft World. I didn't really think about it going out to many people, and then it sort of hit me, and it was kind of a weird thing I had to work through. It's hard to describe, but more comfortable with it, and hopefully that's reflected. I've grown a bit, sort of as far as how I can come across. I've gotten better. These winter months, I notice I'm I don't know. I'm under the winter blues a little bit, something like that. I don't know, but I'm still hanging in there. I keep showing up.
No, it's funny. Me and upstairs Gary, we went to dinner together tonight, and I mentioned that I was going to be on your show, and he's like, "Wait a minute. Do you mean Lawrence?" And I was like, "Yeah, Lawrence Driggs." And he was like, "The quiet guy?" And I was like, "Dude, he's not really the quiet guy anymore."
The
So
quiet guy.
you have progressed. I think you're doing a fantastic job. Definitely from where I first encountered you in that first episode of Grand Theft World, your confidence, just being able to speak with no filter, and really convey the message that you're trying to get across. I mean, it's night and day difference. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Your progression over the course of the last couple of years, I pay attention to these things. Most people that I've encountered in my life, I don't know, I guess they think that I'm not paying attention to most things around me, because I guess that's the way they conduct themselves, and they suffer from normalcy bias and whatever. But I pay attention to a lot of things that most people don't seem to think I'm paying attention to. And your growth in the media space has been one of the most exciting things to watch. It really has. You and Scott, you two guys, just continue to amaze me with some of the ideas that you come up with, like stuff that for the rest of us, once we hear it, we're like, oh yeah, sure, that's a no-brainer. But we didn't think of it. You guys thought of it. It's, I don't know. This is the part of the business that still kind of gets me a little giddy, with like a childish glee, because it's not something that I've ever experienced in any other career path or profession or job or whatever. Like there's a genuine fun aspect to this thing that we do that is very difficult to quantify and very hard to explain to other people. And when you can watch somebody that you have already invested in as, community member, as a friend, as whatever, somebody that you've watched grow, like there's nothing better than that. I don't think. Do you understand? Like, I don't think I'm doing a very good job of explaining it, but am I kind of getting my point across?
Absolutely. I
Right.
I mean, getting to tune into your show and hear you talking to other people I know, and just the kind of cross pollination with media monarchy and people from that community doing their own thing. It feels very empowering, because then it's all of a sudden, I mean, because that's a cool little club to hang.
Yeah.
Clubhouse or whatever, the media monarchy space. And then that's another community where I found some made some great friends, and just randomly met up with somebody on my trip up north, and look forward to meeting other folks, and then all of a sudden it's just we're supporting each other, hearing friends talk to friends on the internet. It's very cool.
Yeah. And I still think the most important part of what we're doing is we're literally making it impossible for dissenting opinions to be scrubbed from the internet.
Right.
Like, think about all of the podcasts that have come into existence just in the last, 3 years, right? Since January 1st, 2020. Like, there is so much media out in the world now. It's impossible to stomp it all out.
Yeah. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
That it's overwhelming to think about sometimes, but then it's it's kind of like something Rich talks about at some point in the autonomy course, where there's so many people out there to feel discouraged about whether you're trying to sell a product or a service. You just have to keep finding people, because your people are out there.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of people that need, anybody that has a desire, they feel a need to create something and put that out there into the world. It's something that they need to do, and the people are out there that they are going to connect with, or that their work is going to connect with them. And you just have to keep putting it out there and keep spreading it around, and you'll find those people, I believe. So everybody, you could look at somebody that's, got a massive audience and think, well, all those people are satisfied, but there's other masses of people out there that maybe, they need something else, or it doesn't quite hit with them, and you might be the one providing that. And I hope that makes sense, but it's like, there's so, especially when you get out and travel, move around a bit, and cover a lot of ground and meet some different people, you just realize, it's overwhelming to think about how many people are out there, and it's not just a number; it's individuals that you can pull up to and meet and talk and interact with.
Yeah, and most of them won't bite you if you approach them, nicely.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to comment on, that, my, this transformation I've had, because, I've come to find out I'm not really introverted. And I thought I was, and I have been at times, and I still can be at times, in certain situations, or if I'm just, because I'm good at just being quiet and listening, like knowing, hey, I can shut up and just be intaking because I need to learn here, or I'm not, I don't have much to offer here, so I can shut up and listen, and that's fine. But I'm pretty naturally outgoing in public in most situations, and I've had to really learn that with the online thing and being recorded and getting used to being on camera and listening to myself, and I've gotten a lot better with that. But that was an interesting readjustment recently, taking a personality test that a friend recommended. My wife and I did it, and it turns out she's very introverted. I never thought of her as introverted, but she's the introverted one, and I'm more extroverted, and I have to help her, or at least allow for her to be that way and kind of handle stuff, be the extrovert.
That's interesting.
And I don't take those tests as 100%.
Well, right. Yeah.
Squaring everything away, but they are helpful. Seem to have a certain degree of accuracy. And the interesting thing was with mine was I was kind of borderline with one trait. And if I'm a certain way, I'm like the field marshal. And on the other side of that, I'm like a bureaucrat. And the field marshal one does not jive with my wife's personality, as well as the bureaucrat one.
Go figure.
But anyway, gosh, yeah, we both, what it's been a heck of a couple of years, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. Like it's just daunting to think about sometimes, like exactly what we have lived through, because we still haven't seen all of the final ramifications yet. There's still 7 more years of this thing to unfold. God help us, we'll be documenting all of it. But we're not even halfway there yet, and we're staring at going into a 2023, a year where it seems like the majority of the population, or at least this is what we're supposed to believe, that a majority of the population thinks the world is about to come to an end, in some way, shape, or form. Right? Whether it's World War III, or it's, God visiting his judgment upon the world for all the wickedness, or whatever. And the funny thing is, when I actually sit down and have one-on-one conversations with people, like that's not the image at all that I get, from what I'm hearing from other people. Almost to an individual, the people, and maybe it's just the people that I surround myself with. I don't know, that could be an element of it, but I keep hearing people talk about what they want to accomplish next, right? What they want to attain in the new year, what they're working towards, what their goals are, what they're going to be spending their energy doing. And I'll tell you, it's not playing video games. It's not watching television. It's not, worrying what Mrs. Sanchez across the street is up to. It's people actually trying their damnedest to solve the problems that they have in their life, whether it's employment, whether it's, being able to feed themselves without having to spend money for food, whether it's, whatever. The people that I've been talking to, especially lately, are all looking at ways to make their own lives better. And I think that's probably one of the most important things that people can consider at this particular point that we're at in time, where it's the beginning of a brand new year. This is the chance to do something different, to make your life better. This is same as in January back in 2020, 3 years ago, where I decided to make my life better by exercising regularly, so that I wasn't sore and in pain all of the time from all the accumulated injuries that I've had over the course of my life. And it stuck. It stuck because I wanted to do it, and I actually put attention on it. So the world's going to do what the world's going to do. It seems to me it's up to each one of us to create the world for ourselves that we want to live in. And if it interfaces with what everybody else has created, that's great. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. But as long as you're not hurting anybody else, you should be free to do what you want to do. And I just hope that more people figure that out over the course of the next 12 months.
Yeah, well said. Just taking control over what you can control in your life. It's very empowering, and that's really all we can do, and it's what we should be doing, because we haven't seen anything yet. I'm afraid, as far as what we've seen in the past couple of years. I think as far as the predator class goes, and again, I know not everybody wants to listen to current events and all of that sort of stuff, but I think these people have managed to gather enough data over the course of the last 3 years that they can begin employing harsher restrictions and containment measures on the population. And they know probably exactly what they can get away with at this point, would be my guess. And that's why I agree with you. I think what we're about to see is going to be like nothing we've seen up to this point. And that does concern me, because there is still the element of the population that's completely bought into the corporate narrative. And we don't know exactly what the true size of that segment of the population is just yet. We have some ideas, but I don't think anybody knows for sure. And that's the X factor, right? That's the component that you can't predict, that you have to know exactly what it looks like. So yeah, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I know you're going to keep doing what you're doing. And we're going to keep building throughout 2023 as much as we can. I don't know. I remember feeling very similar to this at the beginning of 2022. And the little nugget of wisdom that I take away from that is we managed to make it through those 12 months. Yeah, we might be a little worse off for it, but we're still here. We're still kicking. So I don't think 2023 is going to be the end of the world. Maybe for some people. But for those of us who've been spending our time preparing and building communities and networking and taking care of ourselves and taking responsibility for what we do, I think we're all going to be okay. So, jump on our bandwagon, folks. That's my message. Well said. And how do you suggest people do that?
Oh, there's all different kinds of ways that you can do it. If you're looking to jump on our bandwagon, though, folks, what you want to do is you go to grandtheftworld.com. Up in the right-hand corner, you'll find a button that says Join Community. You want to click on that. You select your membership level and fill in your details, and you're done. That's it. You just got access to the best independent research community on the face of the planet, bar none. Don't come at me with this drastic shit. All right. We knew stuff in the Grand Theft World community long before Drastic ever put it up on Twitter. So if you want the real deal, folks, you want true context with the events that are unfolding all around you, this is the place you want to be. It's one of the best communities on the internet. And, it just might be your gateway drug to freedom.
Hell yeah.
How's that for promo?
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even have a script for that one either. That was wow.
Off the cuff.
A little impressed with myself.
Yeah. And, you talked a little bit about your experience with autonomy. Hopefully people have heard of that. And, me too. That's how I got involved in working with Rich and working on the podcast. I could have taken an easier route. I don't know. Just taken a good business idea and run with it. Maybe I will still yet, but, yeah. Well,
oh, you know what? There is one thing we do need to talk about. Because I discussed this with the Liberty Radio community, and the answer that I got back from them was they want merch, and I don't have time to set up a merch store. So I was thinking what we might need to do one day here in the not too distant future is sit down and hammer out some sort of agreement so that, again, in the not too distant future, we have, maybe some Liberty Radio t-shirts showing up on Freedom United Revolt.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We can definitely do that. That would be, something we could work out. And
cool. You heard it here first, folks.
We'll get some designs in the pipeline. All right.
Cool.
Well, just want to repeat real quick where people can find your stuff.
Oh, I'm all over the place. Most of it you can find links to, at the very least, at manufacturingreality.org. That is the main home base of Manufacturing Reality Media, which produces Grand Theft World Liberty Radio and Manufacturing History, as well as facilitating the production of the COVID Collaborators investigative series by the fantastic researcher and author, Maddie Bannon. And hopefully we'll have a new installment of that series coming very, very soon. I know a couple of the figures that she has been looking at. You can also follow us over on Twitter at capital G, capital T, capital W, lowercase Liberty Radio. That's the Twitter handle. And of course, we also have our own Liberty Radio Telegram group where you can share song requests, news articles, memes, interesting anecdotes from daily life, and pretty much anything else that you want to share. And easiest way to find that is to hit up the Manufacturing Reality website, pick any episode of Liberty Radio, and right at the beginning of the show notes, you'll see the link there for the Telegram channel, which has been growing over the past couple of weeks. And I think I'm getting to the point where I'm going to stop assigning administrators. So if you still want to be able to post in the Liberty Radio Telegram channel, you probably want to join soon.
All right. I should get in there. I'm not sure if I'm in there.
You should get in there.
I need to make a habit of using Telegram more, but it's just one of those things that feels like, there's one
it's
more
grown on me.
App.
It's grown on me. It really has. It's part Twitter, part Discord, and part something else. I'm not quite sure what it is yet. But it's unique. It's not quite like anything else.
It has a little je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. Yeah, especially once it's kind of like Discord in that once you get on X amount of servers, it starts to become something completely different. The Telegram has that aspect as well.
Indeed. Well, I will let you get out of here and get some rest so you can
All
get
right.
after it tomorrow. And
Yeah, I got neighbors I got to yell at, and all that good stuff.
bueno. All right. We just, somebody just want to say hi to you. You're
Listen, okay, listen.
Allie from the block saying what
Yeah,
up to Driz.
my favorite big booty Latina.
Look at that big, juicy booty.
That's right. Such a shame. Such a shame that she's an asset. It's I didn't agree with Hotep Jesus at first and his blind love for Queen AOC, right? But after spending a couple of years with the Hoteps, they have finally brainwashed me, and I'm on the bandwagon. I'm on the big booty bandwagon. What can I say?
All right. Thank you, Driz, for joining the stream, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Sooner
Hopefully I
than
did
later,
a good
I
enough job that I get to come back.
Most definitely. Well,
Awesome.
yeah,
Mission accomplished then.
of course. Thanks, man. Have a wonderful night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, LD.
All right. Take care, buddy. All right. Big thanks to the Drizzle for joining us. I hope you enjoyed that. I'll drop his links in the show notes, which will be posted over at freedomunitedrevolt.com. And let's see what we can get into. Forgot my. Oh. It's always fun talking to him. It's been a while. Come on, computer. All right, yeah, I've got links for the Drizzle stuff. So I wanted to put this out there. Gonna have to be moving some chickens here soon, as the wife will be joining me up in Washington. But we're gonna have to move some stuff and move some chickens. So I saw this, and I don't know. Is there something like this, but for 4 chickens for a multi-day trip? I'm just kidding. But if anybody has any good tips on moving with chickens, I'm all ears, because we might be able to get away with a couple of crates. We've got a dog crate that I think can fit 2. And if we got another one, we could fit 2 more in there. And I don't think it would be awful for them. But that's something we've got to look at. I wanted to follow up on some news. I talked about the Idaho 4, the killing about 6 weeks ago in Idaho. And there was an arrest the other day. I'm sure you probably heard. Maybe you have not. But a suspect was arrested. Brian Christopher Koberger, a criminal justice grad student from WSU right across the border from Moscow, Idaho. And it was his white Hyundai Elantra that gave him up. He was a graduate student at WSU, just a few miles across the border. And I found, I didn't find, but other folks on the internet, on Twitter, they found that this guy, under his own name, had posted in an ex-cons Reddit thread asking for participation in research. So this is pretty interesting. This was, about 5 months ago, or 212 days from whenever somebody found this. It says, "Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is an anonymous link. It was officially approved by DeSales University, apparently. So, let's look at some of the questions. Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling. After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target, i.e. person or object? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. How did you travel? How did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred? So, is it now so my friend here said that he was a Bundy type. Was Ted Bundy? He was a law student, was he? Wasn't he? Now, one thing I heard. Let's see. There's some more of these questions here. Before leaving, is there anything else you did? How did you accomplish your goal? Please explain what you were thinking and feeling. What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts. Why did you choose that victim or target over there? So there are, let's see. Now I saw this. This is the suspect, 28-year-old who looks like an old soul. Apparently a former heroin addict. I don't know if this is legit. Bundy was a law student. He also worked the suicide hotline. Oh. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is legit. This was circulating, caught off allegedly a Ring camera. So it's not really important. But he seems like a total creep. Apparently when he was arrested, the only thing he said was, have there been any other arrests made? And then I heard that was something John Wayne Gacy asked as well. So perhaps this guy, was just making a study of killers. Perhaps. So I'll just say, in my non-expertise of anything, I had a hard time believing that one person pulled this off. Didn't harm the dog, and yet the dog was, what was the word I used? The dog was made a non-factor somehow. So nobody heard the dog barking, but the dog was unharmed. 2 people in the house slept through the whole thing, apparently. So I don't know if I'm thinking too deeply, thinking that it's hard to imagine one person pulling this off, getting away with it without things going sideways. The thought also occurred to me that, I mean, wouldn't this guy make the perfect patsy? And I know I'm getting out there, but you know, if there was some sort of terror op, this guy would be the perfect patsy to set up. And I'm not saying that that's what happened. Thinking out loud, and maybe I shouldn't be. All right. So we talked a little bit last night about. Now, I hate to taint this stream as well, but I'm going to have to talk about the Andrew taint. I guess I don't have to, but I'm going to. But look at this. Two awful human beings interacting on the world stage. Ethan Klein. So, Ethan Klein has been, well, he was sued, he was sent a cease and desist for defamation, slander, and libel of character and reputation back in August by the Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate. So I just found this funny. Now I was earlier listening to Top G Taint. I was listening, actually Scott from Rebunked, and I'm talking to Scott tomorrow afternoon. I'm looking forward to that. But he sent me a recommendation to go to listen to some music that Owen Benjamin was just jamming. It's in his Telegram. So he was just jamming out on the piano and singing, making up songs about Andrew Tate. Wow, I didn't even mean to say that time. About Andrew Tate in a Romanian prison, having to do awful things. That was very entertaining, but I also heard Owen say that he has a number of people that have infiltrated the Hustler U. And it sounds like it's a good networking opportunity, at least for some of the people involved. But, you know, it's like you pay $4,000 and then you get to join this army, and people have different funny titles, and you get orders from the top. You get orders from Andrew. And then if you ask questions about things, you get referred to a course for X amount of money. And of course, I think that the Hustler University is $47 a month or something like that, where you can learn about drop shipping and pimping hoes. But I guess Andrew Tate mobilizes this army of people that are giving him money, and they will go attack and flag storm. I can't remember what the term is, but mass flag people. So he, God, what a fucking gross character on the world stage. I did want to play. I did want to play some of this Harrison Smith video because I actually really liked his take. But what I really want to, because basically Harrison's calling out, like, we didn't get to, I guess I kind of cut off us playing this on the show last night, but he kind of poked fun at the idea that it was a pizza box that got him in trouble, but also was, he wasn't very impressed with Andrew Tate, and it was pretty stupid letting Greta Thunberg kind of body slam him, or what's the dunk on him. Sorry, that's what the kids are saying. Dunk on him. But I wanted to hear this bit from Patty in Boston, I guess is a regular calling into the American Journal. So,
and I imagine it's the same now. Patty in Boston, thanks for calling in. What's your take on Andrew Tate? So let's go to Patty in Boston, guys. Line 3. Sorry, Patty. Hold on that. There you go. Go ahead, Patty. You're on the air now.
Well, I'm looking at the Sky News article, and it says it refers to the Taint brothers as 2 British Americans. And I don't know why we need to have British Americans. Like, that's my problem here. Like, what's the problem with that? Like, why can't we just not have British Americans? That would be a whole lot better. Or if we're forced to have British Americans, why can't we maybe put these 2 particular British Americans on an island with Prince Andrew, let's say, I don't know, Epstein Island, and we can see whose nuts end up on whose chin first. I think that would be probably the best way that we could resolve this situation, is kind of a Survivor British scumbag episode. Don't you think that would work?
That's great. I don't, Survivor, I don't even know if that's still on the air anymore, but it could use a shot in the arm. I think Survivor, Little St. James edition would be a thrilling reality
I'm betting
show.
on Andrew, by the way. Betting on Andrew, because I think he would be dirtier than the other 2. They'd try and kickbox, and he would end up doing some dirty stuff that I don't even want to describe and can't describe on your show. So
what I'm getting from you, Patty, is that your only issue with Andrew Tate is his nationality. Everything else you're in line with. You just don't like the fact that he's British. I get it. That's an objectionable thing. All right, thanks for the call. More on the other side. I'll show you the video.
So shout out to Patty in Boston for dropping the Taint brothers and hating on the British. I don't hate the British in general, but we certainly talk about a lot of British influence that we'd rather not have, in the stuff that we cover on Grand Theft World. Let's see, there was a little bit more of this that I thought was worth hearing. Look at that ridiculous picture.
Thunberg is some sort of organic creation, like she's just a legitimate, like we all know that Greta Thunberg is controlled. We all know that it was all AstroTurf. Like, she does have handlers. Her parents are like Antifa. I mean, we know all of that. But the people that believe it, they're still decent people, and they like care about the earth and think that they're doing the right thing. And it's like, they're not, right? They're falling for a trick. They're falling for a trap. They're, they're opening the door to the vampires that are going to consume them by falling for the climate change, global warming nonsense. But it's like, is the way to get that through to people, to get across to people that, they're falling for a lie, to be like, yeah, I love polluting, and I'll never resolve. I'm going to go throw this out the window and kill a squirrel on my way in. It's like, you're just being the thing that they say you are. You're being the caricature that they claim. You're proving them right in every possible way. It's the most ineffective info warfare tactic you could possibly imagine. Just be the thing, be the cartoon character that they claim that you are. Just to prove them right, I guess. Just to prove that they're the decent people, and that the people that oppose them are stupid and don't care about the earth at all. Like, you're just proving them right. It's so counterproductive, completely counterproductive. But that was the video, and you saw it there. Of course, everybody should know at this point, you can't recycle pizza boxes.
Oh, wait.
This is the bizarre.
Hang on. He played some of Andrew Tate, and it was pretty ridiculous. Because I didn't actually watch the video until I saw it here.
Yeah, let's watch.
Yes.
Release some greenhouse gases. I'm obviously a stranger to online controversy. It's not something I often do. But now, the mainstream press is commenting on the fact that I was informing Greta that my very extensive car collection with internal combustion engines, which run on dead dinosaurs, have an enormous emission profile. And she replied by telling me her own email address. Greta's email address is, I have small dick energy. Why would that be your own email address, Greta? Strange. I mean, also, I don't want to assume her gender. It's 50-50, but it is what it is. I'm not actually mad at Greta. Please bring me pizza and make sure that these boxes are not recycled. Thank you. So I'm not actually mad at Greta, right? Because she doesn't realize she's been programmed. She doesn't realize she's a slave of the matrix. She thinks she's doing good. Someone has sat her down and convinced her to try and convince you to beg your government to tax you into poverty to stop the sun from being hot.
Okay, that was a good point, but...
And then, because I called her out on it, the global matrix got this bot farm to like and retweet and all this bot commenting to try and pretend that her telling me that she has a small dick and her own email address somehow teaches me a lesson. Welcome to a new episode of The Clown Show. But now I know, at least, that Greta, with a little hate-filled face, bitter, sitting somewhere without the heating on, in the cold, a little hat, shivering, use my tweets, which is going to make my Twitter account far more fun into eternity.
Yeah, so he's like, it was all a plan all along. I was being retarded on purpose. And you fell right into it.
I enjoyed that video from Harrison. Well, that's now that we've tainted the stream, we can remove the taint and move on. Just like Borla did with the Boar taint. Just like Gates is trying to do with the Chad taint. I'm not saying we should remove the Andrew taint, but we can just stop talking about it for now. Although I have a feeling it's going to get talked about a whole lot more. And I don't necessarily want that to be the case. Anyway, let's move on. I've got a few clips I want to get through and hopefully keep this relatively short tonight and get to bed at a decent hour. But we're going to jump into a clip of Dr. Malone discussing the COVID PSYOP battle to control your mind with Lord Voldemort himself. Let's get into it.
We are in a war of information. I want to play a clip before I get into Ray Epps of the inventor of mRNA technology in a special program that's airing tonight dealing with the battlefield of the mind. Dr. Robert Malone, who from before the shots were even given predicted what would happen because they'd done rat studies that he was aware of with the viruses very similar to COVID-19, and it caused blood clots, infertility, heart attacks, myocarditis, strokes in rats. In fact, it cut the rats and mice life expectancy in half. It killed a small portion very early on in the first week or so, and then it killed half of them early. This is what they've done to us, and it's a big deal. But we have to understand this is a war for the mind, and there is a critical mass that is now being reached that is incredible. I don't get up here and tell you good news just to hype you up. When it's bad, man, I just want you to know it because that's how I am, and we just need to understand what we're facing. And we got big problems, but the New World Order's got bigger ones because they needed to execute this attack, get away with it, have people accept it, and just act like nothing happened. But if people mobilize and organize with criminal investigations that have now started around the world, the U.S., Germany, India, South Africa, the list goes on and on, it's game over. I mean, the globalists are scared. in their internal memos that come out and their body language, everything they do, they know they're losing the info war. They thought they could use AI and intelligence agencies and these groups to control everybody. It backfired on them. Thanks to you, the viewers and listeners of this audience, the tip of the spear. Thanks to people like Dr. Francis Boyle. Thanks to people like Tucker Carlson. Thanks to people like Joe Rogan. We broke their back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, they may pull something really big to distract us from this, but on the course we're going down, they are in deep trouble. So here's a clip of Robert Malone, a little promo that's a minute long. We have all been subjected in the last 3 years to military-grade psychological operations. Well, it was run by major militaries. Using technology developed for offshore conflicts, deployed against the citizens of virtually the entire Western world. But once you're aware of that and there's a war on for your mind, once you understand that, it's game over. That's why there's thousands of political ideologies and thousands of Christian denominations alone, and hundreds of Muslims and hundreds of Buddhists and hundreds of Hindu. And there's all these different systems. But when it comes to studying the New World Order and what they want and who they are and what they want to do, well, now it's game over for them because their plan is so horrible for everybody. It's so diabolical. It's so sci-fi dystopic that it will never fly. It'll never hunt. It'll never work if you simply expose it and admit it's there. And now it's all out in the open. Here's Dr. Malone.
Is it 10 billion or 13 billion in the United States alone that was employed in this, what else can you call it, PSYOPs campaign to coerce, compel, and mandate that we accept an unlicensed product that turns out to not be safe nor effective?
Today I sit down with mRNA vaccine pioneer Dr. Robert Malone, author of the new book, Lies My Government Told Me, and the Better Future Coming.
Elon now is in a position where he has access to incredibly damaging information about the willingness of the U.S. government to collude with industry and compromise the First Amendment.
We dive into information warfare, psychological operations, and how we can make sense of the bewildering series of events we've witnessed in the last 3 years.
Your mind and your thoughts, your very emotions are the battleground. It is not about territory. It's about what you believe.
This is American Thought Leaders, and I'm Yanya Kellick.
So I am very blessed and honored and very thankful to listeners and viewers for allowing me to do this on air and allowing me to risk my life and treasure and actually have a chance of beating these people together. But it's true. All of our terms, all of our nomenclature, all of our ideas of resistance, all of our alternative futures we're promoting that are pro-human and incredibly amazing and beautiful, it comes from here. It comes from my deep study of history, my analysis, and my total immersion in how the world really works. And I do know how the world really works. It's why Henry Kissinger sent the head of his organization to try to hire me. They could not believe I did not take it. They said no one had ever turned them down. They were completely freaked out, completely disappointed. Most people get on their knees. I don't get on my knees to anybody but God. And so you bet on the right horse. You did this. The entire world resistance was created here at InfoWars. And that's not just Alex Jones saying that. I have prominent leaders, world leaders, top talk show hosts who have told me that in the councils of government and at major meetings that our message is now accepted as the truth. I talked to a very prominent talk show host. Met with him recently, a few months ago, and he talked about meeting with a bunch of top Republicans in a private meeting, and that he was there speaking to them, and the fact that when I was brought up, there was a big ovation, a standing ovation, and that they realized that I've told the truth, and they realized that we've been targeted because we do tell the truth. And the reason I bring you that report card is to you, my bosses, the listeners and viewers and activists that hold me up in the fight. You're like the gravitational field that keeps me on the battlefield, that holds me up. And I can't do this without you. I cannot do any of this without your prayer, without your word of mouth, and without your financial support. And so I'm going to get into all the news now, but we're having a big fundraiser today and through next week, because the bad news is we got a $200,000+, like 230, 240 on average, underage the last 6 months.
All right. Well, go support Alex if you can. if you want to. Here, let's get that. I like to have music in the background. Yes, the humble Alex Jones. Humble. Just a humble supplement salesman. I'm just kidding. So, moving along, I've got another video from Mr. Harrison Smith talking about BlackRock and the World Economic Forum meeting with Volodymyr, your favorite wartime puppet president, the one and only Kogi Smurf, in his best olive drab tracksuit. Let's see what Harrison gets into here on the American Journal.
Shall we? I love the way that Gateway Pundit phrases this headline: Globalist assemble. Zelensky says Ukraine will attend WEF meeting in January. When you picture that, globalist assemble, you picture something like Avengers assemble, and you picture some sort of trumpet call, right? Some sort of clarion call bringing out the heroes. But these are globalists we're talking about. What noise would bring them to assembly? It's just globalist assemble, followed by the sound of a prolonged wet fart. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky announced today the Ukrainian government will be heading to Davos, Switzerland to attend the January 16 through 20th World Economic Forum meeting, while Zelensky himself will benefit. Ordinary Ukrainians may pay a price. It wouldn't be awful, folks. Wouldn't it just be the worst thing ever if Russia were to do something so unimaginable as like nuke Switzerland in 2 weeks? Ugh, can you imagine how devastating that would be when you have the entire World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, the leaders of the Great Reset from the corporate, political, and media world all gathered in one place with Putin's primary enemy, Vladimir Zelensky? I mean, can you imagine how devastating it would be for the world if they all just were to be vanquished in a single blow? All of them vaporized, never to bother us again? I mean, we pray that doesn't happen. But they're all gathering there in one spot, one big location. I hope they're safe. I hope their security is firmly in place. I mean, that would just be, can't even imagine. What would we do without them? When Zelensky made his last appearance at the World Economic Forum back in May, he embarrassed himself by inexplicably comparing Ukraine to Israel. Israel, at last check, did not have neo-Nazis fighting in their military. Well, they certainly act like Nazis. They certainly have the exact same laws that Nazis have in a lot of situations. Heck, since we're on the topic, I didn't even mean to read that paragraph. That's just where my eyes fell. But meanwhile, Israeli soldiers fired tear gas at Palestinian school children. Several suffer suffocation. Several Palestinian children have suffered suffocation from tear gas canisters fired by Israeli soldiers in the city of Al-Khalil. As Israeli occupation forces continue systematic aggression against Palestinians, suffocating children who they fired tear gas at. But I'm sorry, that's not the topic right now. I'm sorry, it's the war that we're supposed to care about. I'm sorry. I thought we were just going over, horrific war crimes being carried out by American allies. I didn't realize we were supposed to stick to Ukraine on this. Sorry, I forget what I'm supposed to care about and not care about. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be programmed by the MSM to ignore the horrific activities of some countries while vilifying those of others. I'm sorry, I'll get it right next time. Zelensky announces alliance with BlackRock for reconstruction of Ukraine. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky announced a continuation of a partnership with the investment management company BlackRock for rebuilding Ukraine from the ruins of war. He also said Ukraine would participate in next month's World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Zelensky and BlackRock CEO Larry Fink met virtually on Wednesday, the president's website revealed, and discussed plans for the financial behemoth to play a prominent role in the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine, which has been subject to massive Russia depredations for most of the year. Plans for BlackRock leaders to visit Ukraine in the new year were finalized at the meeting. Well, tell you what, Why don't they take on the $1 billion cost for this war? Now, this is how it works. They steal $100 billion from you, from hardworking Americans, rob you of it, give it directly to the massive weapons manufacturing companies here in America that are, of course, sponsored by, controlled by, and owned by BlackRock. So they make the profit from your taxes being stolen. Then they bomb the hell out of Ukraine for no discernible reason whatsoever. No goals in mind, no peace on the horizon, no diplomatic alternative offered. Just continue the war, escalate the war, murder tens of thousands, make hundreds of billions, and then come in once the destruction has been wrought, once the rubble lays in ruin, come in and make hundreds of billions of more dollars, fixing the country, helping the country get back on its feet. It's the biggest scam you can possibly imagine. War is, always has been, and will continue to be a racket until we get a leash around these people, around these scumbags.
I just want to pause it for a sec because I think that's interesting. It's going to tie into the presentation we're going to look at from Aman Jabi in a little bit, where he does mention some of the infrastructure, let's say, projects that are already being tested in Ukraine. And it wouldn't surprise me if BlackRock, well, obviously BlackRock is involved. And where else are they involved in these particular kind of infrastructure projects? So we'll get back to that in a little bit. I'll let you finish.
I'm telling you, you want a unifying political position? How about we hire somebody? How about we elect somebody into office who makes their number one priority liquidating BlackRock, arresting the people that run it, and confiscating their entire multi-trillion-dollar fortune? I would be. Would any of our audience object to that? Would any of the socialists object to that? Just call them billionaires, explain how much money they're worth, and they'll be on your side too. They don't know any better. Is that not something that every regular American could get behind? The brutal disillusion of BlackRock by any means necessary to regain what has been stolen from us by that organization over the last several years. I mean, you know, they also managed the recovery after 2008, right? You also know that they have essentially complete control of the distribution of federal funds following the collapse of the banks that they helped to bring about, right? You know that, right? You know this is a system that they have incorporated into their regular business practices and have used on us and on countries around the world for decades at this point, and nobody's stopping them because they have all of the power, they have all of the money, and they use it to aggrandize their own position, to elevate their own prominence, and to continue to just wreak meaningless destruction across the world. I mean, can we not get a handle on these people? Is this not an existential threat to humanity itself? I mean, it's so brazen, it's so blatant, it's so in your face and inexplicable, right? That BlackRock, this organization buying up millions of houses to rent back to the people who could once afford them, who have benefited solely and totally from the COVID lockdown that they themselves, again, helped to bring about. And now they're just going into Ukraine going, we'll take care of the rebuilding. Don't worry. Leave it to us. We're philanthropists after all. Destroy them. We have to destroy them.
I want you to remember.
This one paragraph really sums up a lot of what's wrong with the world. From, again, this Washington Examiner article, Zelensky announces alliance with BlackRock for reconstruction of Ukraine. A number of things you could talk about with this. You know, obviously, you would think that the fact that the entire Ukraine war is, in fact, a proxy war funded and being carried out and originally instigated by the USA, maybe there would be some benefit for us in a Ukrainian victory. But no, it's going to go to BlackRock. All that benefit, whatever, reconstruction is required, whatever investment is returned. It's like when Britain in World War II was desperate for arms and ammunition, we started the Lind lease program. So we weren't even just giving them money, we were lending it to them. But in exchange, we got unfettered and without having to pay for it, access to every UK military base. We essentially took over their military bases, like 10 of them around the world, because they were in dire straits. We had what they needed, so we made a deal. We made a little deal where we got something in return for giving them the thing that they needed. What have we gotten from Ukraine? Just literally nothing. Pushed to the edge of nuclear war. Just robbed hundreds of billions and gotten absolutely nothing in return. But that's just the beginning. Then, of course, once the war was over, the Marshall Plan and everything else, we got a lot from it. But not anymore. That's not how it works anymore. Now, the taxpayers pay. The regular Americans who work every day and haven't done anything wrong, they're the ones that get robbed. And then when it's time to dole out the benefits, they go exclusively to the 0.001% of people, that is BlackRock. So here's the paragraph. BlackRock and the World Economic Forum are both prestigious economic vehicles. BlackRock is the world's largest money manager with assets of $8 trillion. Can I ask, why didn't they pay for the war in Ukraine that they'll now be benefiting from? Why don't they just peel off a cool 100 billion of their 8 trillion? Because it's easier to steal it from us, obviously. That's the way it always works, right? Same thing that happened when BlackRock took over the distribution of federal funds following 2008. Who got screwed over by the collapse of 2008? It wasn't the big banks. They got bailed out. They were too big to fail. So they make the bad investments, you lose your money, and then they get bailed out by the government. Just the same thing over and over again, because it's the same people doing it. It's the same organizations running the same playbook. Well, the WEF plays a central role in global economic planning and development. Both are highly controversial, however, particularly because they push environmental, social, and governance practices, known as ESG. The WEF has drawn criticism for articles and tweets in which it seems to advocate the widespread abolition of property and privacy. Seems to advocate the abolition of property and privacy. Yeah, it does seem to advocate that when they write, you will own nothing, you will have no privacy, and you will be happy. Yeah, sort of seems like that, doesn't it? And again, ESG is just, they have a spiritual prerogative. They have a spiritual desire that they're trying to bring about. They want nothing but unending, unquestionable, technocratically enforced control over the human population. And they're bringing this about through financial, political, propagandistic, and now straight up through war. So again, the only thing necessary to avoid this is the will to prevent it. With that, we go out to the phone calls. Zach from Vancouver, first-time caller. You have thoughts on these globalists. Go ahead, Zach, you're on the air.
Hi, Harrison. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Zach from the True North, strong and free. At least that's what we used to say. It's all one big mess for me. I've been listening to Alex for years and years and years. These globalists have been doing this and they've been doing that and I've just experienced a lot of things. Like what I'd like to say is I did a lot of research about Victoria, British Columbia here in Vancouver, Canada. I've seen the globalists start from the beginning. Like we have one of the largest Scientology temples. We have one of the largest just iconography all over the city of Victoria is just amazing, right? And they've got their little Eye of Horus, and they've got everything there, the Illuminati, right? And we've had, I don't know if you know about Robert Pickton, the Hollywood fall guy for snuff films and all sorts of atrocities. He went, our local FBI, the RCMP here, they went through his works. One of my friends even worked on his case.
Say his name again for me, Zach.
Robert Pickton, mass murderer of prostitutes, right? And so, but they were snuff films from most of the people in town. Allegedly, I work in the arts industries, and I just stayed away from Hollywood from day one. I knew it was something wrong with that area. And Robert Pickton was basically doing snuff films for Hollywood here in Vancouver, because they used to be called Vancouver North, right? Or Hollywood North, right? And so, but basically, further down my research, I got into a little bit of constitutional law, read about the American Constitution, read about, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that we have here in Canada and the British North America Act, all this stuff, the Blackmore Science Temple and all the cool things, right? And so I found out that one of the courts in northern British Columbia, we have this highway here called the Highway of Tears, where you just get abductions of just female First Nations, right? And we've got, I'm not going to get into the other stories up there, but we've got this Highway of Tears, right? Well, one of the judges found in a hotel with a half dead prostitute, this, that, and the other thing, and nothing was ever made of it, right? Nothing was ever made of it, and I've just been always so discouraged and all that. Luckily, I've always had this thing with Alex Jones. I've always kept in touch and tried to keep well. And it's funny enough, I even got onto Alex Jones before Alex Jones show before he was on the internet that big. I got handed a CD in the local hangout area in university. I got handed out a CD, right? And I got the 9/11 CD, which was quite eye-opening for me. And later on, life story, it changed things in my life. But what I want to mention is earlier on, just backtrack to what you're talking about, the transgenders and stuff. Like, I've seen this happen. Like, when I went to university in 1998, 97. All we ever talked about, I took a lot of social science kind of stuff, and all we ever talked about is, I was in a heavy First Nations university, right? And all we ever talked about is two-spirited, two-spirit this, two-spirit that, two-spirit this, two-spirit that. They pushed it so heavily on like traumatized communities right away, right?
So there's all this stuff that you see in your everyday life, and people see it. They may read a headline about judge found in a hotel with prostitute, and they sort of think, ooh, that's creepy, and then they just move on. But it's only when
they never made a deal about it, right?
Right. It's not a big deal, but it's known, and you just sort of see it. It's just a data point that you don't know what to do with, and then you listen to somebody like Alex Jones who can lay out the whole panoply, the whole
they never really did investigative. They never really did a totalitarian.
Whether it's the Trail of Tears or the Highway of Tears or transgenderism in university, it all seems just disseparate and kind of confusing and wild until you understand how it all fits into one major movement towards globalism, towards an anti-human world, towards people wanting to make themselves as God and being above the physical world. It's
another guy I want to mention
quickly. We're about to go to break.
Was Terry Gavin from the Vancouver Sun. He writes great investigative journalism on that topic from the 1950s to the 1980s.
Oh wow! All right, we'll check it out. But we're about to go to break. Thanks so much for the call, Zach. We'll be back.
All right. So that was interesting. Just side note, I looked up Robert Pickton, Canadian serial killer and former pig farmer. My goodness. He and his brother registered a non-profit charity, the Piggy Palace Good Times Society, with the Canadian government in 1996. Claiming to organize, coordinate, manage, and operate special events, functions, dances, shows, and exhibitions on behalf of service organizations, sports organizations, and other worthy groups. Oh boy. Well, as a trustworthy pig farmer, I'm saddened to hear of this guy's proclivities. Anyway, that's kind of an aside, but I like that clip from Harrison, and I think I'm bumping this up in the list. Appropriate to check this out now. I want to play, maybe 20 minutes of this presentation from Aman Jabi, a man who was working on building cameras for all sorts of devices and started to get a bigger picture of what was going on in the world, or what these cameras were going to be used for. So we're going to hear from him, and it's a compelling presentation, and I think we'll tie in with some of what we've talked about here, or, well, what we've presented from Harrison, talking about BlackRock, rebuilding in the Ukraine, and no doubt rebuilding elsewhere, building back better in other parts of the world, including in the United States of America, or the United States. So let's listen to him, Job.
What I'm going to talk about is will tie up a lot of loose ends what's happening in the world today from a very different perspective. So I'm not going to talk about vaccines and all because, I'm not an expert there, even though I've done a lot of research. What I'm going to talk about is facial recognition is the title of the talk. Is it a digital identity or is it a digital dictatorship? So that's really the topic. And how I'm going to break down the presentation is I'll introduce what is facial recognition and how cameras are being installed all around the world to build a seemingly innocuous digital prison for everybody. So this is going to be an open air concentration camp is what is being built. From there, I'm going to introduce smart cities and how the LED lights that are being set up on smart poles around the world, how they can be used against us, and what my intuition and research have brought me to this point with the LED lights and their implications with the sensors that are attached to them. From there, we'll make a transition to the actual digital ID and how it is implemented in world use cases like shopping, accessing the internet, how you'll be moving around in the world. And it'll all tie into the smart cities and the face recognition and digital ID. And I'll have some pictures of, what Carrie was talking about, of things in Montana that I've been capturing. And I'd say it's less pernicious than what I've seen pictures coming from Canada and Australia. I think the smart cities there are much further ahead than in America. But it's happening fairly quickly here. And then we can discuss, what we can do in local communities and neighborhoods and, in terms of solutions. So with that, I'm going to start my presentation, if that's cool.
Yes, I'm excited. So please start.
So Armand, you're welcome to share your screen. I just switched you to co-host.
Yeah, I am sharing it now.
Awesome.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so facial recognition, is it a digital identity or is it going to transition into a digital dictatorship? So most of us have, smartphones and, oh, sorry, this is my background, which I'm just going to skip since it's been introduced already. This wasn't meant to be here. So how does facial recognition work? Like if you have an iPhone, for instance, right, you pick up your iPhone and it gets unlocked. And what's really happening is there's a 3D camera inside the front of your iPhone, and that projects a pattern of 30,000 dots or 60,000 dots, probably in the new ones, on your face. And depending on the contours and the depth of your face, that pattern gets distorted. And there's an invisible light or infrared camera in there which takes a picture of that face, and then it's able to decode the exact contours of the face and kind of builds symbolically an equation inside, which is a unique identity for you. And that's how iPhones are, unlocked. And it's sold to us because it's very beneficial, right? It's very quick and it has safety and security. And just like most technologies that are sold to us over the last 2-3 decades, they sell it as the carrots, right? It's for convenience, it's for security and safety, and it's to catch terrorists and bad guys, to catch child molesters and thieves, etc. So we are given cameras and they install cameras and we buy this stuff, and we are okay with it as a society at large. But by the end of the presentation, you'll see how the sticks are coming by using these specific technologies, right? So many documentaries have been coming out over the last few years about how, oppressive China has become, where Big Brother has met big data. And face recognition in China is used to control the behavior of people through a social credit system, right? I was in Shenzhen, China for an optical conference in September 2019. And the number of cameras at every intersection, outside buildings, inside restaurants, it's just amazing. So here's an example of this intersection. It has lane detection cameras, it has facial recognition cameras, it has license plate readers. Anywhere you go, there are TV screens that are doing face recognition, gait recognition, and they are identifying you, they are scoring you, and they even have an app where they tell you what your social score is. So this way, the app combined with the artificial intelligence algorithm, they are able to control the behavior. And it has become a very compliant society, China. And this is what is happening in America already, even though they haven't given us an app. So what's happening in the narrative from all these documentaries and little snippets they have on TV and news is that China is gone, right? And we in the West are free. There's no privacy and freedom, and we in the West are implicitly free. And there's a social credit system to control people, which is true. What they have not said is that cameras per capita today in the US, as of February 2022, is more than in China. We have 50 million cameras installed, connected to the internet, tethered to the internet, and installed compared to 200 million in China, but our population ratio is much different. Right? London has 73 cameras per 1,000 people. So London's way ahead as a digital prison. And so the infrastructure is in place. It's expanding by the day. And by 2025, $2 trillion would have been spent on the surveillance infrastructure for smart cities. And the number is going to be 6.9, almost $7 trillion by 2030. That's where the money is going. And so while they are diluting the dollar, they are installing the infrastructure with printed dollars. So what I call it is when the world was sleeping and COVID was, announced, the lockdowns began all over the world, quarantines were in place. And while everyone was, watching Fear TV, they were installing cameras and smart city infrastructure. By the end of 2022, there'll be 1 billion surveillance cameras in the world. And these are not just surveillance cameras, they're worse than that. They are data collection cameras about everything about every person. And if you count cameras which are not tethered on smart cities infrastructure and include your cell phones and all, there are more than 20 billion data collection cameras that are watching us every day. So that's the kind of system that's already in place and expanding. So in the old days, surveillance was done with people looking at TV screens. And so human eyeballs were used, but that doesn't happen much more anymore. What we have is essentially artificial intelligence security guards, right? Smart cameras. And so no humans are necessary. And all the intelligence is distributed between the edge of the camera and the cloud. So know that whenever you're in front of these cameras, all the key data is being collected and you're being analyzed. And you're being analyzed, you're being logged, they're listening, and then they are learning, and then they're scoring. So that's how it works. So when are we not alone? Pretty much never. Anywhere you go, there are cameras looking at you, even inside your car and stuff. And here's a picture of a panopticon. A panopticon is a circular prison. And this is from late 1920s in Rhode Island, in the East Coast, where you have the prison guards are in the center and you have all these prison cells around. And so no prisoner is left alone in a sense, right? They can be watched from anywhere inside this. And so we are in a digital panopticon where artificial intelligence, along with computer vision and cameras, have locked us symbolically and practically inside a prison cell. And we are being watched with everything we do. So here's a picture of, a teenage girl who was asked to make her interpretation of a panopticon with the eye in the center. So she pretty much hit the nail on the head. So we are being monitored everywhere and all the time. And there's about 5 or 6 years ago, I started hearing in the venture capital world this term called the Internet of Eyes. And I was kind of scratching my head, why would they even bring that up? But today everything is clear. We have cameras on streets. We have cameras in automobiles. High-end cars have 8 to 16 cameras inside and outside combined. By 2025, most cars will have between 16 and 24 cameras. You have face recognition cameras on streets. We have satellite cameras watching us. We have drones, license plate readers, face recognition cameras inside automobiles, cameras in railway stations, airports, etc. Right? Even at home, by using devices from companies like these, we are helping Big Brother. We are on a Zoom call. All the key information is being recorded by Zoom and going to servers in China. Right? So far I talked about facial recognition and the whole camera setup and the camera architecture. Here is a picture of these smart lights and smart poles that have flooded our beautiful dark skies all over Montana, and I bet all over the world. I live in a place, which is in northwest Montana. Not many people, and we're seeing lights go up on freeways like crazy around here. Why do we need that? Right? And these are key node points for smart cities. And initially, the way they're selling it is that we're going to have these smart poles, and you can add on, all sorts of interesting sensors for safety, security, and convenience. But in reality, they're going to be surveillance devices. They're going to have radar. They're going to have face recognition cameras. They're going to have loudspeakers for instruction, just like in China. They'll have LED screens for instructions. Many of these charging stations, smart poles and smart lights have seen specifications where the top of these lights are drone charging stations. So when drones are flying around as aerial police vehicles and they're running out of charge, they can go and sit on the pole and have a fast charge and then continue their surveillance. And these drones are going to have LiDARs as well as cameras on them. So this is the kind of surveillance that is being set up as we speak. So everyone should be observant on what's coming up in your towns and cities and even villages around here. So I started to dig further into these LED lights because I worked on 3D cameras, which uses either LEDs or lasers to project light onto your face. But they use diffusers. There's a diffuser which kind of diffuses the light, and as a result of which it doesn't cause any harm. A lot of the street lights I'm seeing right now, they don't have diffusers. So it's blue light in the 450 to 480 nanometers. I don't want to get too technical, but it's really not good for human health or even plant health or animal health. So I started to dig a little deeper, and before I show something else I was driving through this little town called Pablo, Montana, and I've gone there about 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years that I've been here. And it's population 2,000. There used to be no street lights, and now if you go there are over 100 street lights on the freeway corridor. Now think about it. They're selling LED lights for energy reduction, for global warming and climate change benefits, right? Energy conservation. They had 0 lights earlier. Now they have hundreds of lights. Just think about that. And so it's really, it's really horrible what's happening to our towns and cities and our freeways. It's an open-air digital prison. And I got this picture on the right from somebody in Canada. I think it was in Alberta. And they have these new types of lights, which I have not seen in Montana yet. And I dug into, these are LED incapacitators. And this is Department of Homeland Security had funded a company back in 2007. They're also known as puke rays, where you can project, different frequencies of light and interchange them really, really quickly. And the way they go about what they do is they cause intracranial pressure, and they can also cause sickness. They can eventually cause death, I'm sure, spinal damage, and all sorts of problems that Carrie as a doctor would know even better than I do. But these are the kinds of technologies and weapon systems that are being installed all over the world, and they do it slowly and they do it at night and people get used to it. So we talked about smart city lights, the sensors on smart poles. How does this all connect? So there's this concept called digital identity that I came across a while ago. And this is a diagram from a 2018 World Economic Forum paper that I was reading. And the digital identity is all about entities, people, devices, and things. Everything has to have an entity, a digital entity, right? And what is this all about? And what happens? This digital identity will be used to access your healthcare, your benefits, telecommunications, internet login, when you want to buy food, when you want to log into social platforms. So anything you want to do in life, they want you to, certify it with a digital identity. And how is that going to happen? Through your face. So your face will be the key to unlocking life with your digital identity. But how are they going to use this to enslave humanity? Because it's going to be linked to a new type of currency. And that currency is going to be given UBI, which is universal basic income. So everybody is going to get carbon credits effectively. You're going to have a social score, your compliance and behavior. And they may also have your, jab status. And so this is a perfect way for this AI system to control people and make them comply on whatever it wants to be done. And this kind of new system is going to be, it's already there in so many countries are rolling it out, central banking digital currency, right? And so Ukraine was the first country, I think, that unrolled the digital ID while they had all this, Russia-Ukraine warmongering going on TV back in April. What was happening was they were unrolling the digital ID in Ukraine. So it's already done. And they also have an app. So the digital ID, the World Economic Forum says it's a new chapter in the social contract, a contract that none of us have accepted or signed up for. So this is the most important, piece of information here, which will tie everything up as you keep seeing. Right. So the digital identity is really your digital prison. It's nothing to do with your true identity. And how are they going to implement this? There's a concept called zero trust, or you might see ZTNA, zero trust network access. So in cybersecurity land, with companies who are in cybersecurity and servers and software, they're implementing zero trust for networks and for IoT sensors and all devices. So what is going to change is implicit allow to default deny. So think of yourself when you go to the internet and you log in. Once you log into your computer, you generally can access most of your applications without further permission, because that is implicit allow. So what's going to happen is zero trust will become default deny. That means we don't trust you. And for everything you want to do, you have to prove that you are you, and you have to have your, credit scores valid. So how are they going to do this? Through your digital ID and face recognition. And so even when you're online, anytime you want to go to a new application, it's authenticating you. So the camera is going to be on all your devices all the time, and AI is always looking at your face, tracking your eye movements. And the next version of zero trust is going to be looking at all the data that you're inputting or outputting. There's going to be no privacy left in any communications. So this is what the world's going to look like with the digital ID and zero trust. Your life will be a bunch of locks, and all day long, from the moment you wake up to the time you sleep, you'll be unlocking with your face. And this is how it's going to be implemented. How are we going to go shopping in zero trust? So here's a picture of Walgreens somewhere in the US where they have these lighted screen doors. So all the contents of the food and the bottles and all the shopping is behind these doors. And with the Face ID, your digital ID, which is conditional access, you may be able to unlock these doors. There's going to be a face recognition camera on top of these doors. And if this woman's carbon credits have not expired, or if they have expired and she's already had too much beef for the month, the door won't open. If she's had too much sugar, then the orange juice door won't open. So that's how this is going to be implemented. And it's going to be through the central banking digital currency, which is smart contracts, right? And IDaaS is a concept where it is identity as a service. So a lot of companies are being set up who are doing identity as a service. And so they're making money in real time 24/7 by looking at faces. So each time your face is in front of a camera, a chain of corporations are making money in real time all the time. What else will these the smart cities and digital ID be used for? It'll be used for access control. So geofencing is basically, think of it as an invisible fence around people or robots beyond which you cannot go. So they are going to geofence the world. So how far you can fly and where you can fly will depend on your digital identity, right? How far you can drive, how far you can walk, who you can communicate with, what you can communicate, what music you can listen to, who you can speak with. So everything has the potential to get geofenced, and it will. I mean, it's already started. If you're on Facebook or Instagram, they lock you out. Your information may not be shown to, like, let's say you have 1,000 followers, maybe only 200 are seeing your information. That is a geofencing in the metaverse, right? So basically, the digital ID is being sold for security and privacy. And inside this Trojan horse is actually the digital ID, right? And face recognition is going to be all about total control and compliance. So this is very important to understand. And how is this going to be used in schools? It's very so if people have kids or grandkids in this, who are watching, they have come for the kids through social and emotional learning. And they've sold it to schools as something that's good for the kids. And it's going to be from cradle to career, they're going to own the kids. So here's an example of how cameras are going to be used with AI for algorithm screening for child abuse. So with all the cameras in schools and at home, they're always monitoring kids' faces, and the artificial intelligence algorithms can decide whether child abuse is happening. And if it decides yes, then the child protective custody services can come for the kids, and they will, right? Here's a device called a talk pedometer, where parents, this is a device that's already in the market. When parents are talking, their voices are being recorded, it's going to the cloud, AI is listening, and depending on what the parents are teaching the kids, the parents' scores can be up or down, right? So this is a way to control what kids are being taught. Here's a We Play Smart LED board. It has fisheye cameras in them. And what is displayed on the board in the games can be manipulated by AI in order to change what the kids see and their behavior. At the heart of all this is cameras, facial recognition, and the digital ID, right? SEL is also used in securitized futures markets. So there's a concept called Human Capital Index in the World Economic Forum. And they are finding ways to not only manipulate behavior and control behavior for humans, but also make money off humans in real time. And this is how they're going to do it, right? By controlling the minds of kids. So one of the things is, if you take, let's say you take SEL scores from top performers in Northwest Montana, right? And you combine them with their predictive pathways. They have already started building what they call prodigy asset groups, similar to they had securitized, mortgage futures back in 2006, 2007, and the market crashed in 2008. So now they are playing with human beings. And depending on the results, they can make more money. So SEL is nothing to do with learning. It has everything to do with control and management. And so parents and grandparents should really understand what they are doing if they're sending kids to schools these days. They're being manipulated completely. And then in second half of April, again, the same stakeholders from the World Economic Forum, they announced that now the global internet is a multi-stakeholder internet. So basically they've taken over the internet. This was announced also on the Department of State. And so we are going to live in a zero trust world going forward. And it's very possible, and in fact, I'm pretty sure if you connect the dots, if you don't take your jabs, you won't have access to communications in the future, because your digital ID won't unlock your internet access. Right? And it's all related to the cameras and face recognition. And so here in Montana, just like you can change Montana to Atlanta, Georgia, Florida, wherever you want. Cameras have been installed everywhere. Facial recognition is coming, and it's going to result in a loss of freedom. Right? Traffic intersections, cameras are coming up every week. They are all over retail, in hospitals and more places. Smart city lights are being installed at intersections, freeways, roadways, in cities and towns. There's a study on facial recognition in the state of Montana that I have been working with the Montana state legislators locally with, trying to make them understand that it's really a red herring, because the conversation about banning facial recognition in Montana or anywhere else is meaningless, because facial recognition is not going to be done by state and local governments 99.9% of the time. It's going to be done by private companies on Google servers and Amazon servers, etc. And they have no control over that. So the only way to deal with this issue is to deal with the smart city infrastructure. Right? And so in Flathead Valley is the area where I live. I recommend everyone keep looking up, and you'll see cameras everywhere. We have cameras on the ski mountains hidden in fake trees. So it's pretty bad. Right? In the retail stores here, there's cameras everywhere. There are face recognition cameras when you enter foyers of shops like Walmart. They have cameras in the parking lots. LED lights are coming and been turned on in the parking lots during the daytime, and it just goes on and on. So whether you're in a private space or a public space, you're being watched all the time, and it's recording. And it's all related to the digital ID. There's a company called Clearview AI. The investor is Peter Thiel, was one of the original investors. He's also a big investor and founder of Palantir, originally PayPal. And so he's been funding a lot of, pre-crime kind of companies, and they are collecting tens of billions with the target of 100 billion facial images in the next 2 years. And so they already rolled out programs in Santa Clara County, California, and in New Orleans, and spreading more on doing this pre-crime, just like they had in this company, a movie called Minority Report. So this will be used for stakeholders, right? There's other companies which are touted as public-private partnerships. So these are basically private companies in the name of PPP. And they are pushing no identity left behind it, and it's for diversity, equity, and inclusivity. Buzzwords that I think most people should be familiar with by now. But what they are trying to push is video selfies combined with your driver's license and password for benefits with states. So whether you have employment benefits or medical benefits. And this is how they're going to suck up retirees and unemployed people into the digital ID system. Because once you're in the digital ID system, you will be refused a lot of things in the world. Right? So everyone should understand that once we accept the digital identity as a society or as an individual, it's game over for humanity. So we must resist this. There's a person called Yuval Harari. He's a spokesperson and an author for the World Economic Forum. And I think about a year or two ago, he was giving a talk at the Davos Forum where he had this equation on his presentation, B times C times D equals R, where B is biological knowledge, C is the compute power in the cloud, and D is the data they're collecting on humans. And this gives them the ability to hack humans, right? So how are they collecting biological knowledge? Through your smartwatches, through gait recognition in cameras, through, doing blood tests, your DNA tests, and just all sorts of things, right? So what they're doing is trying to sensorize everything. There's a saying in business: if you can measure it, you can improve it, or if it can't be measured, it can't be improved. And so, since the World Economic Forum and the United Nations is so desiring of helping humanity, and I'm being sarcastic, of course, they want to sensorize everything to improve us, right? So compute power, we have no control over, because unlimited money is being printed for the corporations to build servers in the cloud. What we have control over is the data and the biological data we are giving the AI. So the less we give the AI, the less ability they will have to hack humans. This is an important equation to keep in your head. So in summary, artificial intelligence is really the beast. The beast needs food, and the food is data. And the cameras, smart city infrastructure, your cell phones, 5G infrastructure, your automobiles, etc., they are the data conduit. So the only way to starve the beast is to get rid of the data conduit. We cannot get rid of the data itself, really, because we as humans will continue our activities and generate data. But we have to try to prevent that data getting to AI, and that's through the smart city infrastructure. So it's really important to understand how dangerous the smart city infrastructure is. It's really a digital prison or digital gulag that they are creating. So in summary, cameras and facial recognition, which are sold to us in the name of security and privacy, will result in a digital identity, which will be linked to a central banking new type of financial system. And once we accept this as a civilization, this will be the final lockdown for humanity. Right? So the call to action, which I try and bring up locally, where I give lots of talks locally to pachyderm groups and liberty coalitions in Northwest Montana, right? That we have to resist face recognition cameras as well as the digital ID. People need to look up, observe 5G infrastructure, smart lights, cameras. They're being installed every week, and they're getting more and more. They do it incrementally. They do it at night. I've also started putting out flyers, and people are, going around and sticking flyers all over the place. And if anyone needs help, I can share my flyer with them. You can change the pictures to your local pictures and, just start throwing them everywhere. Parents should be taking action in schools and board meetings. The cameras are everywhere, in parking lots, in hallways, their laptops, their iPads. They're being looked at all the time. And the question everyone should ask is who installed all this? Who authorized it? And who funded this? Right? I have the answers, but I think all your local authorities in Georgia and Florida, everywhere else, need to ask these questions of all the authorities and make them squirm. Ask them where we are on the smart city plan. Right? So, but my take is, if we get together as large groups and we let the authorities know that we did not ask for these monstrosities and we don't want them, what can they do? They need to step down, or they need to take this stuff down. And that's my stance here. Because once these LED lights and the full infrastructure is going to be switched on, no number of guns and AR-15s and AR-10s will be able to shoot them down. I've looked at specifications where a lot of these LED lights, coupled with radars that they're also installing on, they can detect human beings with a gun 150 meters away, and in a matter of milliseconds, they can take out that person.
Okay.
I've seen specs where some of these lights can be beamed as far as like 3 to 5 miles away.
What?
And I'm trying to work on a separate presentation on the smart cities and smart lights. There's a lot of information, but they are very cleverly censoring a lot of information. So in conclusion, what we have is silent weapons that are being pointed at all of humanity, being set up as a digital gulag. And if we don't stop this, we are done as a civilization. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, Aman,
Yes, thank you, Aman. Guess that was with Dr. Carrie Madej. So yeah, I went ahead and played most of that, and that's a whole lot of fun. A whole lot of fun to think about, isn't it? So to tie back to what Harrison was talking about with BlackRock in Ukraine, thank you, Megavente. I'm going to play this quick video. Future of Ukraine 2030.
Президент Путін оголосив проведення спеціальної військової операції на Донбасі. Росія здійснила удари по нашій військовій інфраструктурі.
Let's look 8 years ahead. 2030. The history of the new Ukraine is studied all over the globe. Why? Because Ukraine became the most digital and convenient country in the world. Scripts have replaced bureaucrats. 500,000 former public servants are successfully integrated in the new economy. No more red tape, but paperless. No more banknotes, but cashless. Yes, we became the first country to abandon paper money. Ukraine now has the best tax system for the IT industry and the most affordable e-residency. Thanks to Ukrainian engineers and programmers, the R&D centers of the world's top technology companies operate successfully, and Ukraine ranks first in the world by the number of startups per capita. Ukrainian courts are guided by artificial intelligence, and all notarial acts take place online. Ukrainian customs is fully automatic and the fastest in the world. Customs clearance and car registration can now be done in 3 clicks from your smartphone. Because of war and internal migration, we have built the most flexible and modern digital education. Brave military and civilians get quality treatment with modern remote monitoring and e-health systems. Ukraine also has the most effective cyber defense in the world. After the horrors of 2022, Ukraine focused on security systems. Now every production facility has its air defense system, and the sleep of Ukrainians is protected by an ultra-modern Iron Dome. The Ukrainian government is digital, more like an IT company in terms of the efficiency of implementing decisions, and one can register a land plot, start construction, open a business or get a license, and register a car or real estate from a smartphone, automatically, in 1 click. Ukraine is the freest and digital. This is all because international partners and the world's leading technology companies supported the Digital for Freedom initiative and united to help Ukraine recover through digitalization, building a new Ukraine together, free and the fastest, brave and digital.
Holy shit, Ukraine 2030 sounds lit. I mean, literally. Listen to that soundtrack. There must be some cocaine dreams. Let's think this through. We have a U.S. State Department backed coup. A comedian on TV pretends to become president, then actually runs for president in real life, becomes president. And then we have a conflict with the big bad bully Russia. Putin's no saint. But now we have decimation of this poor little country, but partnership with the World Economic Forum. And that shit's going to be fire. Right? It sure sounded like it. Sure looked like it too. And I found Odessa Expo 2030. So the World's Fair will be in Odessa in 2030. Amazing. We dream, strive, we dream, strive, and achieve. Ukraine goes forward. Yeah, they've got an ultra mega Iron Dome. Je suis Odessa. What's this?
Привіт! Shalom. Bonjour. Hello.
Shalom.
This is Odessa. I'm home for more than 130 nations. By history, I exist for centuries. I have known the ancient Greeks. They liked me. I like them too. I save the past. I grow the future. I am Odessa. I'm Ukrainian. I am Greek. I am Jewish. I am Moldovan. I am Asian. I am African. I am Armenian. I am Italian. I am Turkish. I am French. My streets are named after them. I am all and more than that. I am Odessa. I am an amusing mix of delicious cuisines, of distinctive architecture, of unique humor. I am multinational, multicultural, multifunctional. I am the art, I am the seaport, I am the world. I am Odessa. I am the exchange, I am the gate, I am the business of trade. I am Odessa. I am a festive seaside, I am the land of hospitable life. I am a smart youth, I am always something new. I am open and I am close. I am proud, I am diverse. I am Odessa. I am tolerance, I am agreement, I am the wisdom to coexist. I am the opportunity not to miss. I am Odessa. I am the dialogue of ages, I am the commonwealth of cultures. I am the city with my own story. I am Odessa, the place of humans' glory. I am the synergy of technology and humans' renaissance. I believe in people, I open their potential. I'm the city with future mindset. I am Odessa, and you already know that. I've been welcoming the world for many years. In 2030, I'm welcoming Expo and all its visitors. The final argument to make you arrive. My passion, love, and endless drive.
Remember what we're fighting for. Don't forget. Slava Kokaina. Oh, look, they made it in CapCut, and they didn't even take the watermark out of the last frame. Nice. Oh, that's a nice touch. Oh, my. My heart goes out to the people over there. And to the U.S. taxpayers. And to the poor schlubs that are going over there to fight. There we have it. It looks like Ukraine, tiny Ukraine, will join such miracles as tiny Israel as the model state for the future. Is that what we're fighting for? It might be. Well, moving on. On a similar topic though, got another video from Harrison Smith talking about the Boston Fed and MIT working on a complete CBDC test run. We got to get that shit up and running if we're going to have all this work, don't we? So let's check this out. I think this might be Owen Schroyer, actually. Oh.
Go out to your phone calls again. Here in this segment, we're going to go to the Hammond guy in Nevada. I never remember what's the right way to pronounce that. I say Nevada. Do I? I don't even know. We'll go to you in just a second, the Hammond guy. But before we do, I can see what your suggestion for the biggest story of the year is. And I definitely think it's one of the biggest trends. And I'll get your comments on it. But here is just the latest in a series of stories that have just come to light in the last year. This is just the most, recent version, but we've seen similar headlines from various other organizations. The headline is this: Boston Fed, MIT complete research project into feasibility of central bank digital currency. Bank says Project Hamilton worked with MIT to accomplish aims and invites the world to build on the progress that they made. That's the progress into a digital currency that can be incorporated into your, biometric signature so that you can have your money completely controlled by nefarious forces outside of your purview. They can have, money that expires. You have to spend it in a certain time or else it just goes away. They can do that to you. They can manipulate absolutely everything. They can determine your abilities, your rights, your capability to do absolutely anything because they control your life at the transactional level. Project Hamilton took critical early steps towards a deeper understanding of how money might work better for all, is what they say. Money works fine for everyone, thank you very much. In fact, it could be a little bit less digital and more secure, I think is actually how the process should go. It's not, of course. I'd like to see a gold-backed digital currency. Wouldn't that throw things for a loop? But that's not what they're interested in. And again, you just have to ask why. We should do a skit. Little kids do this all the time. They just keep asking why every time you say, and they just ask why again. It's really the only word you need to become a conspiracy theorist. Just ask why enough, and the conclusion, you'll eventually get to the dirty underbelly of the world, right? You can take literally any topic. Ukraine, right? Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Why? Well, now we got to get into something complicated. Well, now we got to actually explain what the background is of the Ukraine event. Oh, geez. Yeah, don't ask why. They just don't want you to ask why. Why do we need CBDCs? Well, because digital currency, it'll be easier transactions. They brag about how they can perform transactions in under a second. Wow, just like a credit card, right? Oh, just like my debit card? Wow, just like it already exists normally? You don't need to invent anything because we can already do that? Wow, amazing. Like, why? Why do they want this? Why do they need this? It doesn't actually help anybody. It's just absurd that they even claim that it would make things safer or more secure or freer. It's safe and secure and free. Cash is fine. It works perfectly. There's no reason to abandon it. No, the reason they're abandoning it is because they want control, is because they want a centralized governmental database, biometrically denoted to each individual, so they can control your purchase power, your ability to go anywhere. I mean, they say this. This is their words. Bank of International Settlements, that big fat Spider-Man villain-looking guy, saying, yes, we'll be able to surveil and monitor every transaction, every single one, every penny spent. We will have a record of. We can determine whether that person is good or not. And then for convenience, we'll put a chip in your hand. Right? Again, why? Is it so difficult to use your phone to pay? Everybody has a phone, everybody can pay with that. There's no reason to do this except for nefarious reasons. It's the only thing that this helps at all. They literally say, quote, we think Project Hamilton not only helped the financial services sector, but the greater public, which relies on fast, accessible, and safe money. Yeah, like cash, Yeah, like things like cash and the digital, infrastructure of banking that already exists. There's no reason for this. There's nothing faster, accessible, or safer about CBDCs. The opposite, in fact. And of course, yeah, they're really enacting this piece by piece, slowly but surely. All of the pieces are going into place, one by one. All of the various necessary components for the mark of the beast, total technocratic domination of the global government are one by one being put into place. If you see these individually, you might think, hey, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I can use my QR code to get into that corner store. That's pretty neat. Okay, if you're weird like that, I guess you can believe that type of thing. But once you see that they're doing that, and they're doing the facial recognition payment system, and they're doing the injection of chips into your hands, and they're doing the CBDC research, and they're collapsing the monetary system, and they're doing all of this simultaneously, it becomes pretty clear what's actually happening. It's like, what is more convenient about having a chip in your hand than having a phone or a keychain? It's demonic. It's nefarious. It's pointless unless the point is something horrifying and absurd. Let's go to some of these videos here, and we'll go to the Hammond guy in just a second. Yeah, here's clip 3. We just showed it, but we played his B-roll. Whole Foods prepping for the Great Reset with people barred from entry without a QR code. Let's watch. And here it is, little QR gates. You know, you'll have one of these outside of not just the grocery store, but maybe have it outside your apartment building. Maybe you can't go anywhere without scanning your QR code. Oh, but it's so convenient because you can skip the register. Wow. No, it's fantastic. No, it's amazing. And you know what's great about this is whoa, there 2 people just passed through that gate. Well, hold on. There's a flaw in the system. That woman didn't scan her card. Where's the guard? Where's the armed guard? She's cheating. She's cheating the mark of the beast system. Christian, get her. Incredible. Wow. Applaud. At the same time, simultaneously, by the way, I don't know if I have the story somewhere in front of me here, but the merchants in America are complaining that they're losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year on shoplifting. So it's like you just allow shoplifting. The government's just like, yeah, we're not prosecuting shoplifting anymore. So have at it. Feel free. And people are. They're just stealing stuff. And so all these corporations are like, they're either having to close down or they're having to come up with some sort of security system that doesn't allow people to shoplift. Well, gee, isn't that convenient? You have gates with QR codes and, being able to check out without actually going through the checkout lane. Maybe that'll be a solution to the problem that they created. It's all very convenient for them, isn't it? Let's go to clip number 4 now. Here's a girl so excited about the convenience of face scan payment. You don't need a card or a phone. Oh, wow. Let's watch.
So guys, the technologies are everywhere. So let's get some water with this machine. For example, we get some... What would you like to drink? Let's get some water simply. You press this one. No phone, no cash required. Simply press, scan your face, and get your bottle of water.
What? No way. Wow, that's like debatably less convenient than just using a card or a phone.
It's coming.
You can't buy something for someone else, I guess, right? How do you scan each other's faces to pay each other back? Some sort of Venmo thing?
That's so convenient.
Wow, so convenient.
I see such a machine without any devices to pay.
Wow, no way.
So guys, the technologies are everywhere. So let's
retarded. I mean, it's just stupid. There's no point. Like, what is hard about scanning a phone or a thing? It's like the touchscreen. Like they have the touchscreen there. You know what also works? Buttons, big plastic buttons that you press. It works perfectly fine. It's actually more convenient just to hit a damn button on a vending machine than have to go through some sort of touchscreen menu. But hey, it's not about convenience, is it? Hammond guy, you say the biggest story are these digital currencies. What do you think the biggest update this year has been? Or it's just this year they finally come out and announce that they're running all these programs in the background?
Hey, Harrison, thanks for taking my call, man. I hope everybody's, starting to wrap their head around what's going on. And you have a lot of callers calling you talking about the vaccines. Look, the vaccines, we know we're no good. I haven't had a vaccine since 1976. And when I was a little kid, swine flu shot almost killed me. Anyway, since then, I've never taken another influenza shot or any of that crap. Now, people that are going to take vaccines, hey, I can't stop them. I don't care if they do or not. That's going in their body, not mine. So that being said, I'm not saying we shouldn't stop it. What I'm saying is I believe I'm not taking it. So, right, you can talk to your blue in the face to people about it, and you're just going to create more enemies. So if people want to do that, let them do it. I can't stop it. I don't have the power to stop it. But the CBDC currency thing is worldwide, and it's going to affect everybody, up to millionaires. The small group of people that are looking to control the world don't care. Most people that are in their club are going to fall off anyway, and it's going to be eliminated.
No, you're exactly right, the Hammond guy. Could not say it better myself. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, caller from either Pennsylvania, Maryland, maybe New Jersey. Hammond guy. Well, there we have it. CBDC fuckery. We got to get all that infrastructure up to support it. So shifting gears a little bit, we did play that clip of Malone talking about PSYOP. So we're going to get into a few videos here talking about media manipulation, social engineering through TV shows in Hollywood. So first, we're going to hear from Paul Joseph Watson.
I've been talking about this for years now, and finally, it's all being admitted. The Matrix knows it's losing its influence. People are innately more skeptical of TV news, politicians, and institutions in general. So where to put all that social engineering? In the soaps, in the dramas, in the television entertainment. But as far as the BBC is concerned, they made it so entrenched, it's become too obvious. A major new report by the Campaign for Common Sense was based on an analysis of over a year's worth of BBC content. The report concluded that the BBC is using fictional TV shows as vehicles for propaganda. The purpose is to warp Britain and brainwash the public into accepting a version of reality that simply doesn't exist in the real world. They're literally weaponizing TV programs to program the public into believing the Matrix is real when it's all a projection. As well as lecturing viewers on topics including climate change, the BBC indulges in its own form of social engineering by over-representing minorities, the report suggested. EastEnders, a soap opera watched by millions in the UK every single day, is deliberately inserting political messages into scripts to influence the viewer. In one case, overtly implying that Brexit was a disaster by having one of their main characters compare it to COVID. They cite more examples. Conspiracy thriller The Trick pits heroic climate change scientists against climate skeptics, oil producers, and the centre-right. It features a monologue warning that humanity has around 10 years to prevent climate collapse and endorsing the efforts of climate scientists who understand what needs to be done. Liverpool-based police drama The Responder features a cast in which almost half of the police characters are black or Asian, despite the fact that Merseyside Police has just 0.5% black officers and 0.4% Asian officers. The report documented numerous examples of BBC programming denouncing British traditions, while shoehorning laborious woke messaging into dialogue and storylines. Remember, when you watch fictional TV shows, your brain retreats into a lower, more passive state of suggestible consciousness. You enter into a state of suspended disbelief, where preconceptions wash over you unchallenged. It's very subversive, it's very manipulative, but it's now becoming so commonplace that more and more people just can't help noticing. Day after day, it's a drip, said John Whittingdale, the former culture secretary, and in some ways it's more insidious than the effect that biased news coverage would have, because it's never questioned, people just accept it. And that is precisely the goal. But there's a big white pill here, and that's that this all shows how increasingly desperate they've become.
Wow. Paul Joseph Watson and some vaporwave. I guess that hits different. All right. On a similar note, we're going to listen to the philosopher talk about Hollywood movies.
How Hollywood films manipulate the public to love the deep state. In 2014, University of Dayton Associate Professor of Political Science, Michelle C. Potts, conducted a study to see whether Hollywood movies could impact the viewer's opinion of government. Dr. Potts asked 69 undergraduates at the university to take a questionnaire about their views on the U.S. government before and after watching one of two films, Argo and Zero Dark 30. Argo is a 2012 dramatized historical thriller about the CIA's rescue of 6 U.S. diplomats being held hostage in Tehran, Iran. Zero Dark 30 is another film from 2012 dramatizing the CIA's hunt for Osama bin Laden. Before watching the films, almost half the students thought the country was headed in the wrong direction. After watching, 22% of the students had an improved view of where the country was going. 76% held the same view, and only 2% changed their mind to think the country was going in the wrong direction. There was also a bump in students reporting that their trust in government had increased, with a jump from 49% saying the government could be trusted most of the time to 55%. While this is a small survey of a select group of students, the findings point to a broader narrative about why the US government has long taken an interest in Hollywood films. Movies have the capacity to influence people's minds both on a conscious and subconscious level. And because of this influence, various military and deep state agencies have worked hand in hand with Hollywood producers, tampering with scripts until they have an angle more favorable to strong government control and interventionism. The book, National Security Cinema by Dr. Matthew Alford, teaching fellow at the University of Bath in England, and journalist Tom Secker of SpyCulture.com, lays out how the US government's influence in cinema has not only been ongoing since near the inception of film, but has been widespread across thousands of movies and TV shows. This government influence is often bought through broker deals where, in exchange for production assistance with locations, advice, equipment, and even service personnel, military, FBI, and CIA heads get to review scripts and make edits to their favor. Directors who refuse to go along with these suggestions will often find themselves blackballed from military access or denied needed filming permits, effectively stalling shoots where these permissions are critical. The Department of Defense will even craft contracts for production assistance, an agreement which is routinely reviewed by a government technical advisor to ensure that the approved script is the one being relied upon during filming. Movies which rely heavily on use of military sites, equipment, and portrayals are those most susceptible to government influence, as their production would not likely be feasible without the access. Think of movies like Top Gun from 1986 or Battleship from 2012. This subversive influence has been ongoing for about a century. Late FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, who directed the FBI from 1935 until 1972, created the FBI's Entertainment Liaisons Office, officially titled the Investigative Publicity and Public Affairs Unit. This office was created to control the FBI's portrayal in Hollywood films. Hoover did not want any films associating the FBI with activities he did not like, and so would try to suppress films that would associate FBI agents with topics like sex and drugs. This suppression was furthered by Congress passing Public Law 670, which outlawed commercial exploitation of the FBI without Hoover's permission at the time. Because of this extensive control, shows like the ABC TV series, The FBI, which aired from 1965 to 1974, only came to fruition because of its approval from Hoover. Hoover approved every word on the script and the actors for all 317 episodes, which meant he could ban any actor he did not like, whether it was because he thought they were a pervert or because he thought they were a secret communist. In the 1970s, the FBI targeted Hollywood stars more directly as part of their counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. For example, the FBI fed a lie to the Los Angeles Times that rising star Jean Seberg was secretly pregnant with a prominent Black Panther leader's child. This accusation was made to smear Seberg's name because of her public support of the Black Panther organization. When news of this publication was made known to Seberg, she collapsed and went into labor due to shock. Her daughter died 3 days later, and Seberg tragically attempted to end her own life on her deceased child's anniversary. She succeeded in ending her life in 1979. As time went on, the manipulations trended toward furthering pro-government plots and rejecting scripts which put government in an unfavorable light. For example, an early script from Forrest Gump was rejected by the Army because it had too much of a nihilistic view on the military and the Vietnam experience. A later script was submitted with changes, but even that was still not good enough for the Army. They refused to provide assets, only providing some casual verbal advice for the film. Other films have had their scenes rewritten, such as with the film Lone Survivor, a 2013 biographical war movie based on a 2007 nonfiction book by Marcus Luttrell and Patrick Robinson. The film dramatized the unsuccessful Navy SEAL mission of tracking down the Taliban leader Ahmad Shah. The Pentagon agreed to help with production so long as one scene was modified to be more favorable to the government. A scene where SEALs discuss executing goat herders to protect the SEALs' secret identities. Navy officers were on set during Lone Survivor's filming to ensure the scene was rewritten according to the Department of Defense's standards. In similar fashion, the Hunt for Red October film adaptation was helped along by the Navy, who, in trade for being able to make some favorable script adjustments, loaned the production some submarines. Film and TV adaptations that would be strong propaganda pieces for the military or federal agencies grew in number with government support from TV shows like 24, NCIS, and Top Chef, to movies like Mission Impossible, The Wolf of Wall Street, and Transformers. As you can see, the Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA all have had profound impacts on film, with participation in more than 1,947 productions that we know of. Which is why you should consider how Hollywood movies have shaped your opinions, and especially how they may trick people into believing that these agencies are working toward our best interests, when history has proven time and again that they are not. And if you want a copy of this book, check out my link below. Special thank you to all my fiduciaries: CJRoasting.com, Organic Fair Trade Coffee, Zach Lakowski, Crawford K. McDonald of Taggart Atlantic Healthcare, Agorist Nexus, and Beto Destrafa. Helped me produce more quality content.
All right.
Receives
Good short. Oh, yeah. Groovy. Good short video from The Philosopher. That reminds me of something I have to follow up on. I guess the discussion of Extortion 17 a few weeks ago, which was something related to the Lone Survivor story. I think the rescue operation that went south. There's a Grand Theft World member that was pointing out some inaccuracies in the topic being discussed, and something I tend to follow up on. But starting to wind this down, I just want to play a little bit of a presentation from Mark Passio on PSYOPs. Probably want to check out the whole thing at your convenience over on his YouTube page, or link through his website, whatonearthishappening.com. Just the two of us. We're gonna check this out right now for a little bit.
Welcome one and all. I'm Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you to the organizers of the Shattering the Illusion Conference, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today. My presentation today is entitled PSYOPs, an Introduction to Occult Psychological Warfare. And this is a topic that I have been planning to speak on for many months. Was planning on doing it as part of my What on Earth is Happening podcast series, but since the Shattering the Illusion Conference presented a great opportunity to break this topic out, I decided to make a special presentation specifically for this event. So let's jump into it here today. As always with any of my formal presentations, I always give a few caveats before we begin the actual teaching of the presentation. Everyone always looks to hear new and striking revelations during a presentation, and I always tell people that you will not be receiving that here. It is the same basic thing that has been going on throughout human history, and it is no exception with this presentation. I am just trying to open people's eyes to what has been taking place. So you will not be seeing or hearing anything brand new here today. As that ancient saying saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. And that means that the truth is objective and eternal. It has always been here. It always will be here. All that I can do is present it in a way that is specific to my personal style with my own particular aesthetics applied to the presentation format. And that is what I attempt to do. I always tell people, if you are a psychologically immature person that is not ready to really handle harsh truths, my work is probably not for you. You probably want to start with someone who's a little bit easier to handle and might sugarcoat their delivery, because you're not going to find that with any of my work. So I tell people right up front, even at the risk of making them take off before one word is said, this isn't for you if you're a child in your mentality, regardless of your biological age. So this presentation is for psychologically mature adults who are ready and able to hear factual information and truth. It is not for those who appear to be adults bodily, but who still have the psychological mentation of a child, who attempt to think and reason, quote unquote, with their emotions. You cannot reason and come to correct conclusions through the emotions, and people who are attempting to use the emotions to come to a realization of any type of truth about what's going on in our world are going to be sorely disappointed. My presentation style is often extremely intense and at times even combative. I will not sugarcoat my words or my delivery. Some people who watch this presentation may very likely become upset or angered by what I will say during it, and so be it. If that is the case, that's fine. That will never make this material untrue, just because someone perhaps takes offense to it or gets angered by it. It's still true. Truth, by its very nature, is belligerent because it wages war at all times against all forms of deception and mind control. So, again, just because you're angered by what I have to say during this presentation does not make the information contained in it untrue. And I always tell people before I begin any of my formal presentations why I do this work. It is not to be popular, it is not to make money, it is not to make friends, because telling people truth that they won't want to hear won't do any of those things. I speak publicly because I recognize that it is the right thing to do. In the crisis of overwhelming ignorance and deception in which we live, I have a personal moral obligation to communicate this truth and to communicate what I know to be taking place in our world, so that it will help others to understand that reality, so that they can then take action to do something about it and to change it. And that's what I always tell people why they should take any action. Do it because it is the right thing to do, not because you're looking for personal reward. So Immanuel Kant said, do the right thing because it is right. And William Penn said, right is right even if everyone is against it, and wrong is wrong even if everyone is for it. Right and wrong are immutable, objective, built into the fabric of reality. It is for us to align our perceptions to objective right and wrong, and then align our behavior accordingly. So let's jump into the material with the basics of PSYOPs, or psychological operations. Let's look at the basics of what these operations and events actually are. So what are PSYOPs? PSYOPs is an abbreviation for psychological operations, a type of warfare that involves the planned use of propaganda and other psychological means to influence the opinions, emotions, attitudes, and behavior of opposition groups. Such operations are generally intended to demoralize the enemy, to break the enemy's will to fight or resist, and sometimes to render the enemy favorably disposed to one's own positions, to the enemy position. So this is what PSYOPs are. They are part of psychological warfare. They are waged at a mental level to get people to think a certain way, to advocate for certain positions, to advocate for certain actions, and they are done in a subversive manner to often get people to take the enemy's mindset or the enemy's point of view to weaken the other side. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today, how that has been done and waged upon not only the American people, but the people of the world at large. And unless we become mentally mature and psychologically mature to understand how these tactics work and operate, we are always going to be able to be persuaded by them and have them work upon human psychology so that the ruling class continue to be able to use these tactics and get what they want by their deployment. There are many different types of warfare, 3 specific types in fact, but obviously there are sub-breakdowns to these types of categories. For simplicity's sake, I plotted it on a very simple chart with the breakdown being conventional warfare versus non-conventional or non-traditional forms of warfare, and then overt forms of warfare, which are used out in the open and are traditionally recognized as warfare techniques, and then covert warfare techniques, or which I simply refer to as occult warfare. And the terms that military strategists in general apply to these types of warfare are as follows: phys war, bio war, and psi war. And of course, psyops firmly falls into the category of psi war. Let's take a look at phys war. It is both conventional and overt. This is physical warfare, traditional combat, traditional warfare tactics and methods, which are generally recognized by just about anybody around the world as people waging conflict, waging battles, waging combat that are traditionally thought of as part of conventional warfare. They are out in the open, bombs, missiles, tanks, soldiers, machine guns, etc., and many other weapons and, deployments, airplanes, tactical nuclear weapons, etc., and you can go on and on. And people overtly recognize this as open warfare, open combat. There is nothing covert or occulted about it. When we get into bio war, which there are, again, many different subcategories and breakdowns of, you think of things like biological weapons, chemical agents, etc. And those could be conventional, non-conventional. They could be overt or they could be covert, such as introducing agents into a food supply or a water supply to affect enemy populations, etc. Or spraying things very overtly out into the air, to take down vegetation, as we saw, in the Vietnam conflict with Agent Orange. So biological warfare can take many different forms, and again, it could be done at a pharmaceutical level. It could be done at a level of introducing covert agents into food and water supplies, which would take it into the covert and even possibly non-conventional territories, depending on the type of biological agents introduced. This could be done medically, as we're seeing now in the aftermath of the COVID-19 psyop with the so-called vaccines. So biowar can really span the gamut of the types of warfare, which is why I put it right at the cross-section in the middle. But then we have psi war, which is largely what this presentation is going to deal with, obviously. And psyops fit into that category of both non-conventional means, which are not traditionally thought of as, tactical methods of overt warfare, and they are covert. They are occult methods, as we're going to see. So psi war would fit into that quadrant. So it's important to distinguish between these warfare methodologies before we even begin breaking down, how PSYOPs operate and what some of the most important PSYOPs we should understand as PSYOPs even are. The next question about PSYOPs when we're defining it and looking at the basics is who actually conducts the operations known as PSYOPs or psychological operations. And people tend to generally think of PSYOPs as purely military operations conducted by military personnel only, because they, even if they do study PSYOPs, they look at it as, military waging it, as a form of warfare. And as I said, it's not traditional, it's not overt. So the military is certainly not, they can be involved, but they're certainly not the only people who engage in PSYOPs, most certainly. As a matter of fact, I would say the small portion of PSYOPs is waged by the military. Larger portions are really directed by people who are definitely at a higher level of power in our world, in swaying the thoughts and opinions of human beings, certainly, than military personnel. So while military personnel do carry out PSYOPs at their levels of operation when it is necessary for them to be involved in them, very large-scale worldwide PSYOPs are almost always orchestrated by what I have referred to in my work as dark occultists, who constitute the ruling class of our planet. And again, we're going to talk about how PSYOPs are actually occult operations. This is a form of occult or hidden warfare against the human populace. And again, if you want to, revisit, or if you're new to my work and you want to, learn about the occult, I have many presentations on it, many podcasts on it, on my website, whatonearthishappening.com. I recommend, of course, my seminars entitled Demystifying the Occult, Parts 1 and 2. So, military personnel can certainly be involved in PSYOP operations, but when you're talking about large-scale PSYOP events designed to manipulate and fool the people of the entire world, they are orchestrated at much higher levels, who I call the dark occult ruling class, the people who really are the mind controllers of our world, who are entrenched and enthroned behind the ostensible corridors of power, and should really rather be thought about, as we'll talk about, as ancient psychologists who understand exactly how to manipulate humanity. So at the real operational level of PSYOPs, at the highest level, we have what I would call sorcerers of consciousness at work. And these are the people who are the true puppet masters. They've been around for since the dawn of human antiquity, many, many, many thousands of years. They understand everything there is to understand about the human psyche, the human ego, human motivations, human fears, and they know exactly the strings to pull to manipulate people to get what they want. So that's who's really running the ops at the highest levels. The military, will get involved if needed at the behest of the true ruling class, and they will position them accordingly. But let's make no mistake about it, PSYOPs go way outside of just purely military operations, and at the highest levels, they're not, the shots of them are not called by the military. They're called by the occultists, they're called by the highest ranking members of the ruling class of our world. And when you really, scratch the surface of that, then you get into talking about intelligence operations and then the control of the media, because they obviously coordinate through those institutions. So members of intelligence agencies, military, and the mainstream media throughout the world then actually follow their orders that they're given by the dark occultist ruling class, and then at their different levels of operation, they conduct and implement the PSYOP both at a knowing level of that they fully are aware of what they are engaged in, and then many of them conduct the PSYOP at an unknowing level. They're just pawns in the game, they're just following orders. Often PSYOPs are run as drills that then go live, and many people do not really know about their true operational level of involvement in the op. So you have a lot of different cross-coordination when it comes to who actually conducts the PSYOP, but make no mistake, at the highest levels, the occult sorcerers of our world are ultimately drawing up these plans and calling the shots about how they are to be implemented. The next question about the basics of PSYOPs is when and where are they conducted? Are these limited operations in scope and scale? Are they done just in certain geographic areas, etc.? We have to ask those types of questions to really understand how PSYOPs work. PSYOPs in general have been conducted upon human beings by the ruling class since the dawn of human history, and all over the world, in every geographic region of our planet. Whenever the rulers of any given geographic area consider it necessary to inject fear or confusion into the consciousness of those they rule, they will orchestrate psychological operations to tighten their grip on people's minds. Again, we have to understand the entirety of psychological warfare as constructed by the ruling class, who are occultists, to put fear into people's mind. Fear destroys consciousness. It puts us in shutdown mode, and it prevents us from thinking clearly and logically and understanding exactly what is being done to us. And the occult ruling class of our world are masters at this. They are masters at that chess game. They understand everything that they need to understand to be able to manipulate human beings. They've been at this work for tens of thousands of years, and as of right now, there's really no sign that the people are truly catching on. And again, that's why I'm making a presentation like this, to help people at a very basic level understand how these operations work, and actually, far more importantly, why they work. So let's move on. So how do PSYOPs work? Psychological warfare operations work via the manipulation of human beings through their fear, ignorance, and naivete. Again, very important factors. If people don't go into a mindset of fear, if they remain aware, if they remain knowledgeable, and they remain streetwise to how these complete con men and manipulators work, we're not going to fall victim to these operations, to these warfare operations that are done psychologically. But if we remain fearful, we remain ignorant, we remain very naive and not streetwise, then the PSYOP's going to continue to work upon the human psyche, just as it has throughout all human history. Human consciousness is always driven by the love or fear polarity. These are the two ultimate primal universal forces that are always at work in the human domain of consciousness. The cosmic form of love is the polarity by which consciousness is expanded and improved. So many different spiritual teachers throughout the history of humanity have explained that it's only ever been a struggle between love and fear. And again, love isn't the Hollywood romanticized version of love. It's not just romantic love. It's not even just brotherly love or platonic love. It is universal love, love for truth, love for all consciousness, love for all sentient beings, love for what is right, love for principles, etc. That's the form of love we're talking about here, that expands consciousness and improves human consciousness. And then fear, of course, is the polarity which shuts consciousness down and demoralizes and discourages human beings. Fear is the main weapon of choice in the PSYOP and those who are conducting it. Many forms of psyops prey upon human beings by exploiting their deep-seated fears and their desire to be kept safe, which there really is no such thing in the three-dimensional universe. We are physical beings. There are physical forces. There is no such thing as total safety. That is an illusion. And that illusion is preyed upon. It's reinforced and preyed upon by the occult ruling class. Other psyops work readily because of humanity's continued ignorance regarding human psychology and basic laws of nature. We don't know our own psyche. We don't understand our own deep-seated fears. We don't understand our own motivations, that which drives us. And we don't understand natural law. We don't understand universal principles. We don't understand universal morality. We don't understand the laws of cause and effect and the laws of consequence of behavior. And not understanding those things and being in pure ignorance of them, the bulk of humanity most certainly is, we are up against people who understand exactly how all of those things function. And when you have an extreme knowledge differential, it's going to develop into an extreme power differential every time. So one of the cruxes of this entire presentation is what we're going to talk about right now, and that's not just how they work, but why do they work and why do they continue to work. And until this dynamic changes, forget about being able to truly defend against psychological warfare. This is what humanity has to understand and then work to improve, and that's what the great work really is improving our state of consciousness so we cannot be fooled, so we can tell the difference between truth and falsehood. So ultimately, psyops can be successfully waged upon the human population because most human beings, sadly, have not developed to a level of consciousness in which they can properly discern truth and reality from falsehood and fantasy. Now, let me say that again because this is critical. This is the entire crux of why a psyop can work upon the human population. And it sounds even overly simplistic when you hear it. But, this is what people really have to learn to accept and to understand. And to understand not just that it is true, but this is what our work is to do. As people who do care about the truth, as people who do care about freedom, as people who do want the manipulation and the whole con game of psychological warfare to be put to rest and to be at an end, and not to be able to be successfully waged upon human beings to destroy our freedom and our rights and continue to put us into a state of bondage. We have to understand that this is what our work is to do to help to improve the consciousness of all human beings. That is what the great work is to do. So once again, psyops can only be successfully waged upon human beings because the vast majority of human beings, very unfortunately and sadly, haven't developed to a level of consciousness in which they are capable of actually discerning truth from falsehood. That's ultimately what it comes down to, and it's, again, I constantly go back to this as there's only really two ways that human beings can be fooled. There's only two ways that we suffer. We accept things that are not true, and then we act upon them, and then we suffer as a result. So we are wrong. We accept falsehood, and then we act upon it. That's the first way that we can be fooled and the first way that human beings create self-inflicted suffering. And then the second way is we refuse to accept truth. We refuse to accept that which is true because of mental viruses that are implanted in our minds that are constantly telling us falsehood and this isn't true when in fact is true. So if we reject the acceptance of truth and we accept falsehood in our lives, our behaviors are always going to be able to be led astray because we don't have that level of discernment to determine what is in fact true and what is in fact false. And until humanity's aggregate level of consciousness improves in that way, psyops will continue to be a successful methodology to control human beings. Quite simply put, we absolutely have to work to improve human consciousness to be able to detect the difference between reality, and fantasy. And to those ends, I'm going to put up here as part of the slideshow a scale of consciousness that was basically created by David Hawkins. It's called the Hawkins Scale of Consciousness. I've actually talked about it on my podcast series. I've talked about it in some of my other work. I think it was Sacred Gift of Anger that I had this slide in and explained this logarithmic scale of consciousness that the researcher David Hawkins created. Basically, it ranges it starts really at 0, where there's no consciousness, and then it goes in a exponential fashion from shame, rated at 20, all the way up to enlightenment, rated at 700 plus, with all kinds of stages of consciousness in between: guilt, apathy, grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage, neutrality, willingness, acceptance, reason, love, joy, peace, enlightenment, etc. So you have very contracted forms of consciousness at the bottom, being given a very low rating on the Hawkins scale, and then you have much more expanded forms of consciousness as you go higher up on the Hawkins scale. And there is a basic delineator or a dividing line that is a crux point, is a very important division point for people to understand on this, again, exponential / logarithmic scale of consciousness. And that is approximately at Hawkins' 200 point in his scale. And this is the critical dividing line in the consciousness scale. Again, it's almost right in the middle, practically right in the middle of the entire scale. And you see that it actually falls at the level of courage. Okay? So it's actually a courage that often determines what we are willing to confront and look at and accept. And that's the actual dividing line right there. And what it represents above and below the line is if consciousness is at any of the stages below that line of courage at 200, there is in the being and in the aggregate of beings who are at that level of consciousness, there is an inability to actually discern truth from falsehood below that line. That people who are in those stages of consciousness, and they're largely governed by fear and ignorance, cannot actually tell the difference between what is true and what is false. They do not have the actual ability in the totality of their consciousness to be able to discern the difference between truth and reality and falsehood and fantasy. They cannot do it, okay, until they work to bring their consciousness up to a higher level and evolve in that way in consciousness. And above that line, human beings are at a form of consciousness in which they are able to discern truth from falsehood. They can tell the difference between truth and lies. And this is what the great work is to do. It's to improve human consciousness in the aggregate, to reshape and remold the human psychology. That can be done. It's very, very workable. It is able to be improved if it is worked. And that's what the great work is to do, to improve consciousness such that more and more human beings are able to discern truth from falsehood. It can be done, but people have to be willing to do it and do that work. So, until humanity's consciousness is improved in that way, PSYOPs will continue to be a successful methodology to control human beings. Okay, so that's the big takeaway in this section. This is why PSYOPs work. Because consciousness is so low, in the aggregate, human beings can't tell truth from falsehood. And so PSYOPs is like taking candy from a baby. It's a piece of cake to the dark occultist. And until we, as people who do understand what is taking place and going on, reach out and continue to do the work to educate and edify others regarding how these methods of manipulation work, don't expect it to change. PSYOPs will continue to be a successful method of warfare waged upon humanity. a successful methodology of human social control.
All right, I'm going to pause it there, but great presentation from Mark Passio. I'm definitely going to check out the rest of that. I hope you will too. Certainly pertinent at any time. So we're going to get ready to pop on out of here, get some rest. Got a couple more videos just for fun, but I want to encourage you to go over and check out freedomunitedrevolt.com. That is a t-shirt store. We've got caps, we've got hoodies, more stuff on the way soon. You can get a Grand Theft World mug if you're into that. And you can find show notes with the links to the stream will be posted here. And all the ways you can support these efforts, the stream, Grand Theft World podcast. There are some value for value options listed in the description of the stream and on the page on the website. So have a look, freedomunitedrevolt.com. And I know we tainted the stream early on. We're just gonna have one last taint for the end of the night, and then a little something. Well, yeah, let's play this from Ryan Long real quick.
What is this charge on my credit card bill for
This is called When a Normal Guy Tries to Be Andrew Tate. I can't say his name right anymore. Man, it sucks.
Hustlers University?
Before I started listening to Andrew Tate, I was just another guy getting bitched around by his girlfriend. But all that ends now because this is my castle and I'm the king.
Hey, you gonna do the dishes or?
I actually don't do the dishes anymore because that's the woman's job.
What did you just say?
You heard me.
No, actually, can you say it again, please?
I just don't want to do them.
Okay, well, we made a deal that Monday through Wednesday you do the dishes because I'm at work, so you want to make an alteration to that, or?
No.
All right.
You know, every guy needs more than one woman. I'm just going to have sex with the same thing my whole life. Yeah, no thank you. Obviously, the girls are going to be loyal to me, but that is the situation.
What the fuck are you talking about right now? You're telling the cameras you're going to cheat on me?
No.
Give me your phone.
No. Why?
I'm sending your location to me, and then I'm going to know where you are
well,
at all times.
I changed my password, so you can't.
Okay, well, no, you didn't. He told you he's an alpha male. His mom drops off pre-made lunches at his part-time job.
Hey, I told you to stop talking about what are you doing?
Go make your little TikTok.
Is she listening right now? If women had their body count on their head, it would solve basically all the world's problems.
What exactly would that solve for you, Brad? You know my body count. You begged me to tell you, and then you cried when you heard the number. So what exactly is that going to solve? Is that going to solve the dish situation, or?
Posting some Tate speech clips on TikTok right now. I'm a hustler, baby. There's never been a better time to get rich. So.
Are you coming back to bed, or should I just finish that SVU episode alone?
No, I don't waste my time on things like Amazon Prime anymore.
Okay, well then what are you doing?
Getting rich.
Because I've literally begged you to start a business so many times, and you just keep working at your dad's landscaping company, and most times you don't even show up there, and he calls me to ask where you are.
Can you just give me 5 minutes?
Okay.
I think she might be gone. 1 second. They're always on you. Yeah.
I'm the one who told him he should start a business. Hey, it just locked me out of the Amazon Prime account. Did you pay the bill?
You sure it's not the password? I feel like sign into my dad's account. Can you sign into my dad's account? I have it on there. Logged on. You can't spend your life watching TV, you know?
Okay.
It's time to be a movie.
Well, your dad's account doesn't work, but anyway, just don't stay up too late because we do have my sister's brunch tomorrow at 10, okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that, so.
You just texted her 4 hours ago that you were so excited for the party. What is up with you?
I'm not going to her sister's thing. Okay, fine, but I'll be the one driving because I'm not trying to get in a car crash.
Your license got revoked. He lost his license. No, he just physically lost his license and refuses to go to the DMV to get a new one. Okay, this little project that you have going on is really riding my nerves.
Okay, just go then. This is my zone, my house.
I make more money than him.
Yo, do we have sandwich meat? You have to take what's yours in this world.
Did you ask my coworker to webcam for you and said that you'd split the money with her 50-50?
Maybe. But I'm starting an umpire and you could be the number one bottom bitch. So if you actually think about it, I'm doing that for us.
Okay.
Because you could sort of be the queen and I'm the king and you're the queen.
This was your last chance. And actually my name's on the lease, so you need to leave.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
You accidentally texted my coworker to get naked on camera? That was...
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
You need to go.
You need to go. It's pretty funny. Ryan Long. Check him out. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to shut it down with a little something from my buddy Shames Frown. Shout out to Shames Frown out there on the slopes in Tahoe, getting people high up on the mountain. He's a lift operator. He gets them to higher ground so they can get down and have fun doing it. And he's got a little track he put together, Joe Biden in his own words. So thank you very much for tuning in. We'll catch you next week for Grand Theft World. Have a great week. Have a prosperous and healthy 2023. Keep raising your consciousness and don't let the fuckers get you down. Take care, everybody.
I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm a
prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm a
prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm a
prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm
prostitute. Prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden.
Line. Prostitute. Prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm a
line. Prostitute. Prostitute.
My name's Joe Biden, I'm a wealthy
prostitute. Prostitute.
Hairy leg.
Prostitute.
Hairy leg.
Prostitute.
Hairy leg.
Prostitute. 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 Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Learn about
prostitute.
Learn about
prostitute.
Learn about
prostitute. 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 Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Dog face.
Prostitute. Prostitute. Prostitute.
Asian.
Prostitute.
Black.
Prostitute.
White.
Prostitute.
Poor.
Prostitute.
Wealthy.
Prostitute. 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 Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
And punch white kids. Line.
Prostitute.
And punch kids. Line.
Prostitute.
And punch kids. Line.
Prostitute.
And punch white kids.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
Line.
Prostitute.
And punch and rub kids. Kids. All the kids. Black kids. Asian kids. Wealthy kids. Poor kids. White kids. White kids. White kids. White kids. White kids. White kids.
Oh, Tony, your science is so big. Science me harder, Tony.